your thoughts, your comments for a little bit as we get closer towards tonight's SmackDown. We do have to start, obviously, with the tragic news, the very sad, the very somber news that Afa has passed away. I know that was doing the rounds yesterday, and got kind of the news kind of came out, but it was a bit confusing. From the family, I believe, and it was interpreted that he had passed away yesterday, last night. He hadn't. He was just in a really bad place, and I think they knew that the end was coming, and it's today. Today is the day that he has actually passed away. So we do actually have word from Roman Reigns himself, so I think it would be quite nice if we jump over and just have a look and see what Roman Reigns is saying. He's obviously advertised for the show tonight. It's a little bit up in the air as to whether we're going to get him or not. I think we do, just because I haven't heard that he's not on the show. But obviously, if we get to the show and it turns out that he's not there and the Bloodline aren't there, then we can totally understand as to why. So yeah, this is 10:52. This is 12 minutes ago. So 12 minutes ago, Roman Reigns posting this on Twitter. And I'm not going to try and read Afa's full name because I could not pronounce his middle name. But our family has suffered another great loss with the passing of my uncle and WWE Hall of Famer, Afa Anoa'i. As I said, it's longer than that, but I don't want to butcher his name. Afa Anoa'i. We thank everyone for their support and are comforted by the fact that he now rests in peace. Afa and my father, Sika Anoa'i, were loving brothers, the greatest tag team of their generation, the Wild Samoans, and now they're reunited together in heaven. Rest in power, the Wild Samoans. And it is, so true. The Wild Samoans, they don't really get the respect that they deserve, because for me, they operated at that really annoying period of time, which is just before that first WrestleMania. I feel really sorry for the Wild Samoans and Rocky Johnson and the High Chief Peter Maivia and even Bruno. Bruno is someone that, was one of the first big superstars, held that championship for 11 years. And you can't find a Bruno match on a WWE Premium Live event. He appears in a Battle Royal at WrestleMania 2. And he comes down to the ring with his son at WrestleMania 1. But there's all these stars, like superstar Billy Graham as well. All these stars that operated and worked and had their careers before WrestleMania 1, which is really the start, obviously, of kind of the pay-per-views and all of that stuff. And it kind of feels like they're not lost to history, but they don't get the exposure. I think a lot of fans go back to WrestleMania 1 and kind of try to catch up. And I think go back to the first SummerSlam and they go back to the first Survivor Series. And they try to catch up with everything that's happened. I would imagine most fans do that. I know I did when I was getting into wrestling. I think you watch all the WrestleManias, you watch all the SummerSlams, you watch all the Royal Rumbles, and then, you probably watch all the Survivor Series, and if you can, you try and watch all of the pay-per-views. Whether people can do that now, because there's been so many, I'm not sure. How a youngster today kind of tries to catch up with where wrestling has been, I'm not sure. But one thing I know is that a youngster today is really going to struggle to understand how great of a team the Wild Samoans were, because there's just not that much footage around. You've really got to dig for it and look for it on the WWE network. So it is a real shame, man. All those stars that came before, say, 85 kind of lost a little bit to history, unfortunately. But yeah, very sad, very somber. And that was Roman, who, as we said, put that out about 12 minutes ago. So, with that being said, let's get into this breakdown, and then we'll get to your thoughts. So, Roman Reigns is scheduled to return. I think he will be on the show. If he's not, then we totally understand. But there is, and I think you saw this from Kevin Owens, there is a kind of, in these wrestling families, wrestling was hard, right? It was really difficult. It's still hard now, but you get paid so well now. Wrestling wasn't always that way. Wrestling was, working hundreds of dates and just making enough to get by. And as a result of that, I think the old school mentality is the show must go on. The old school mentality is you don't miss a date. Like, you don't miss, you put that first. And I really feel like that's a mentality that the Anoa'i family have got. I think it's certainly a mentality that the Wild Samoans had. And you even heard that really from Kevin Owens. He says when his mom was ill that she would kill me if I didn't make this show a few weeks back, because, she would want me to be here, and I know that. And I think that mentality is with the Anoa'i family as well. Now, obviously, if he's not there because of the fact that Afa has passed, then totally understandable. But I think that there's a good chance that they are there. And I think there is a good chance that we still see Roman. Whether we're going to get the shenanigans that were planned, whether it's going to be more somber in tone, maybe it's going to be a little bit more reflective. Maybe he says a few words about Afa, about his father, about the Wild Samoans. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I can only imagine Triple H right now is like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you want to go? If you want to go, you can go. If you want to stay, you can stay. If you need to be there for your family, be there for your family. If you want to just come out and say a few words about Afa and your father, you can do that. If you want to do the story that we got planned, we can do that. You tell me, what do you want to do? I would imagine, because that would be my mentality. That's what I would do if I'm Triple H. I'd be like, ball's in your court. What do you want to do? I can rip the script up and I can give you time to talk about Afa, talk about your father, talk about the Wild Samoans. We can do that. We can do the show as planned. What do you want to do? So really, I don't know what to expect. I don't think that it's guaranteed that that's it. He's not there. I haven't heard that, right? Equally, we can't say he's definitely going to be there either. So we're going to have to wait and see. But Roman Reigns is meant to be on the show. If he isn't, I think we all understand. Yeah. Then we've got Tiffany Stratton throwing a championship celebration for Nia Jax. I mean, Nia Jax is part of that family as well. There's a lot, isn't there? All the bloodline, like Solo, Roman, Nia Jax, Naomi, if Jimmy was going to be around, Jacob, they're all part of that same family. So, I mean, this is, it's going to affect a lot of people, not just Roman, of course. But again, I think it's that same mentality of the show must go on. Whether they decide to follow that after him passing, I don't know. But I know that would be the mentality of the elders. So that section might be in doubt as well. Then we've got DIY against, I reckon we get that. DIY against the Street Profits battling for the #1 contenders match, right? So DIY Street Profits, we're going to get that. Naomi against Blair Davenport, that could be in doubt. I think we get it, but again, she is part of that family. She's married into the family, but she's still part of that family. She'll still want to be there for her family, and WWE I think would understand that. So I think we get that, but again, just look at how much of tonight's show could be affected. Look at how much Nia Jax segment, Roman segment, Naomi segment. And then we've got Kevin Owens against Grayson Waller, so we should get that. So yeah, this is massive news, sad news. It's one of those, though, where, I mean, he's lived a really good life. Like, he's lived to a great age. It doesn't make it any better. But it's not, like, the same as, like, say, when Bray passed away. But still, you know, it's going to really affect that family, and we'll have to see kind of what show we end up with tonight. But yeah, thoughts with that family, of course. A very, very difficult time. Very difficult time. I got to tell you as well, it is all that is in my notifications as well. Just so many different people talking about it, and so many different reactions, and WWE have posted about it. So it is obviously the big news of the day. He lived from 1943 to 2024, so it's a good run. Obviously, it never comes at any kind of time. Like, you can't say that makes it any better, but it's a good run. Right, Kian, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Kian said, Days, hope you're well. And I hope your day has been good. I enjoyed the Unseen video. That's good. I have been down a little bit lately. I lost my uncle last month. The videos have cheered me up. I'm so sorry to hear that, but losses are so difficult. I mean, there's not really any way that you can. You just have to go through it, don't you? I mean, they say the cost of love, the price of love is mourning when we have to say goodbye. And there's just not an easy way of kind of going through that, is there? There's just no easy way of going through it. That's the price of love. So I'm very sorry to hear that. The only thing you can do is just remember the good times. And, you know, I can't imagine that anyone that you lose would ever want you to feel sad. They'd want you to remember them, I'm sure, of course. But I don't think they'd ever want you to feel like sad and for it to completely derail, like, you know, your mood. But just remember the good times, I suppose. But yeah, very difficult. Very difficult. So, Kian, I'm sorry to hear that, my friends. Connor said, Days, my predictions for Bash in Berlin. Gunther is going to retain against Randy. Cody is going to win against Kevin Owens. Damian and Rhea are going to win against Dom and Liv. LA Knight is going to beat Santos Escobar. Bron Breakker and the Bloodline. I don't know about that last bit. Bron Breakker, is he on the show, is he? Have we got a match announced for Bash in Berlin? And the Bloodline. Are the Bloodline there? I don't know. To be honest, I really don't know what the official card looks like. Bash Berlin. Let's have a look, see where we are with it. I know about 3 or 4 matches that have been made for it, but I don't know about the Bloodline. We got 3 matches. We got Gunther, Randy, we got Cody, Kevin, and we've got Damian Rhea against Dominic and Liv. Those are the only 3 matches that have been announced so far. Right, Tony, shout out to you, says, Tony Khan has pulled a Brian Alvarez. He said the biggest announcement was imminent, but nothing has been said beside the Texas Stadium. Well, I don't think the Texas Stadium is that big announcement, is it? Do you know what? Until you've just mentioned that, I didn't even consider the Texas announcement as being potentially the big announcement, so I genuinely don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they've gone to Texas. I'm not saying it's a bad move. I think the ticket sales for Wembley had decreased, and I think they potentially looked at next year thinking that, you know, there was a chance it was going to go down further. A lot of people have looked at it and thought, you know, is it a case WWE have got Wembley next year? But I just don't know about that, to be honest. I don't know that that's the reason. It could be, but it would not shock me if they've looked at the decrease in ticket sales from Wembley this year to Wembley last year, and they've decided, okay, I think we've got everything we can get out of Wembley at the moment. Let's go to a different place where we can hopefully get, like, you know, a new buzz, get a load of people out. That wouldn't shock me either. So I don't know if it's anything WWE related or if it's them just hitting the reset, refresh button. Obviously, we'll find out, won't we? I mean, if we are going to get WWE running Wembley, that'll be so exciting. Last time they did that was 92. So for them to run a Wembley show it wouldn't even matter if it was a SummerSlam or whatever it was. It would be massive. It's Wembley, you know? I feel like there's certain venues around the world that if you run there, it's a big show. It's like Madison Square Garden. You can do a house show in Madison Square Garden. You'll still have people wanting to see it. Like last time they were at Madison Square Garden, it was just a live event and people were like, is it going to be on the network? Can we watch it? Because it's Madison Square Garden, you know? And I feel that, you know, Wembley is clearly not Madison Square Garden, but I feel like Wembley is one of those venues where if you're going to run it, I mean, it really doesn't matter. You could run flipping Elimination Chamber in there and it's going to be huge. You know, it's one of those venues where it elevates the show, I think so. But who knows? I mean, WWE could bring SummerSlam. Something like that, but I don't know that it's that, to be honest. It might be that the ticket sales have been a little bit slower for them. Right. Days, thank you for Unseen, says Johnny. Sometimes I'm a bit bored with nothing to watch, so I just watch you. Okay. Sometimes I'm really bored, so I think to myself, you'll do. And I want to thank you for that, says Johnny. Johnny, shout out to you. Yeah, I'm so pleased that people enjoy that video series because I hold it up there with the toy hunts, which, you know, people might say, no, you're crazy. Because the toy hunts have obviously got, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of views. I mean, I think the most watched video on the channel is a toy hunt that's got about 4 million views. But I'm always looking for content that I think is fun. That's what it comes down to. And obviously we do live streams and I try to make them fun if I can when we're just chatting away, or informative or interesting or whatever it might be. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what the content is, in the sense of, is it a toy hunt? Is it an unseen video? Is it a review of a show? Is it a live stream? It doesn't really matter what it is. At the end of the day, can you make it fun? Can you make it interesting? Can you make it informative? Can you tick those boxes? And I feel like the toy hunts are able to do that, at, like, you know, on a consistent basis, which is why they've been so successful. But I think that Unseen really, like, on a daily basis, because we can do Unseen each day, we can't do toy hunts every day. So the fact we can do it each day, the fact that there's so much to talk about, I can't get those videos down. I'd love for them to be like 10-15 minutes. 10-15 minutes of just really good stuff. I'd love that. But there's just so much news. There's so much that I'm like, oh, you do need to know about this. If you've been at work all day, or you've been out all day, or, you know, I think it really struck me when I was in America, because we were out all day. I was out to Walmarts and Targets and NXT shows and traveling to Tampa, and, you know, I was out all day. So by the time I got back, it dawned on me, like, yeah, I could watch something like Unseen right now. That would suit me. I would enjoy that, to sit down and watch an Unseen. And so it kind of struck me more when I was in America about how Unseen, like, really comes across. If you've been out all day and then it's there and you can just watch that and catch up with everything, which is why I would love for it to be 20 minutes. I think more people would watch it if it was 20 minutes, because I think like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, that's a big commitment. 20 minutes is a commitment. But yeah, I'm really pleased that so many people enjoy it, because at the end of the day, as I said, it doesn't really matter what content you make. And this is a lesson really for anyone that's getting into YouTube or getting into TikTok or getting into anything where it comes to creating content. Doesn't really matter the vehicle. It doesn't really matter what content you make. At the end of the day, can it be engaging? I see 6-second, 8-second TikToks that go viral because they get to the point they've got like something amazing in them, like an amazing moment, something that really sparks a reaction. People want to share them and show their friends, and they go viral. And it's because within that 6-8 seconds, it's achieved what it needs to achieve. Simple as that. It did what it needed to do. And I think, like, it doesn't really matter if it's a toy hunt, if it's a review video, if it's a news video. Can you get it to achieve what it needs to achieve? And I do think that, like, Unseen does achieve a lot of what I'm looking for. I just wish I could get them to be a bit shorter. I just wish. I've even thought about going back and editing down Unseen so that it's like, you know, just the good stuff, just the fun stuff, just the really interesting stuff, and maybe getting it to 10 minutes retrospectively. But I haven't got time for that. So, you know, you've got what you've got. I put the timestamps in so that people can just skip to whatever they want to look to, and hopefully that just sort of solves that problem. If there's a story that you're not keen on, just go to the timestamps and skip that bit. Or if there's, you know, if you don't care about the fun phone case folder, a lot of people do, but if you don't, just skip it. Simple. I put the timestamps there for that reason. So I think every Unseen has got timestamps in the description, which some people might know, some people might not, but they take flipping ages to type out, so I'm making you aware, yeah? So I'm glad you enjoy it, my friends. I'm glad you enjoy it. Are there any updates on Shane McMahon? There's no updates on Shane McMahon, no. Maggie, hello. Shout out to you. James said, Days Unseen is a great laxative. I often watch it on the bog. Do you know, I do hope that that's how most people view it. And I do hope that it really helps with bowel movements. I will think about that next time I'm recording an episode, which will be later tonight, actually. So thank you, James. Thank you for that mental image. And also, get in. Xerxes, let's go. Right. Any updates on McMahon Shane? No updates on Shane McMahon or McMahon Shane. So, no, sadly not. Sadly not. Right. Where are we? Glad to see that it's a little bit better, says Miss Clown. Lovely to have you here. It's lovely to have you all here. But hello, Miss Clown, and hello, Kelly. I hope you are well. Nathan said, I love Unseen. I get my news there. And Tom Collihew, I just don't trust wrestling dirt sheets these days. Yeah, it's funny. We've been talking about that, about the amount of like fake news that was around. We kind of touched on it a little bit in the last Unseen, but I don't know why, it's just quite bad at the moment. There is just a lot of there's just a lot. I really think that it's since X changed its policy where you can now get paid for engagement. And I think that has made things a lot worse. Because before, I think there was a degree of like filtering, and that just seems to have gone now. So now it's just the flipping Wild West. Anyone can say anything and it'll just get spread around. So I've said before, like, always look to see what the original source is. That's my best advice. Always look, so don't just accept what someone says. I would say if someone says, oh my God, have you heard Brock Lesnar's coming back? Rumors are Brock's back at Bad Blood, right? If someone says that, if they don't say where they've got that information from, I would not believe it, right? If they say Brock Lesnar's back and then in brackets PW Insider, I would say go to PW Insider and then read what they've written, because sometimes it can be a bit Chinese whispers where things get taken out of context, things get taken out of proportion. Go to the original story. So if it doesn't have any source, I don't trust it. If it does have a source, go to that source and then read what they've said. And then, you know, listen, if, like, you know, you read that and you believe it and maybe share it, and then it doesn't come true, well, then that's a bit of a red flag against PW Insider, or a red flag against Dave Meltzer, or a red flag against Fightful, or, you know, all of these, you know, whoever. And over time, you'll get to see the people that you trust and the people that you don't trust so much, and kind of take it from there. So I know 99% of you already do that. I know 99% of you know how to avoid fake news, but I don't know how else to express it. It's just really bad at the moment. The amount of stuff that I get tagged in that's just nonsense. Just, you read it and you're like, this is just... I got tagged the other day. I'm not lying. Honestly, I even retweeted it, so you know I'm not lying. I got a message from someone the other day, and they told me they had read that Logan Paul is going to be the new Fiend, right? And they were being serious. That's what they'd read somewhere, that Logan Paul was going to be the new Fiend. And I mean, that one was really so outrageous. I retweeted it with laughing face emojis, right? And obviously the responses are what you expect. Like, no way, this is a load of rubbish. I'm not watching WWE evermore if that happens, blah, 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 right? But honestly, that is just a glimpse. That is just a glimpse. I don't get things like that stupid on a regular basis, but I get things that are... You just, I don't know. I think when you're in the position I'm in, where I'm constantly looking at the news and I'm constantly reading what's coming through, when someone does say something that I've just not seen, my suspicions kind of go up. And if it's something like that, you go, what the flip? So it is bad at the moment. Yeah, it is bad. Dorothy, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Yes, good point. Not JPEG. The Hook Tour girl went viral. Yeah, that's a really good point. Well, I mean, she, it was cheeky, wasn't it, what she said? And, it kind of sparked conversation. It's one of those that, was being shared around the office, around students, dorms and colleges and all this kind of stuff. And, everyone had an opinion on it. And it's all of a few seconds, but it absolutely delivered what it needed to deliver. It absolutely did what it needed to do. And now she's made, I don't know how much, tens of thousands of dollars just from that line that she came out with. So, and I've seen that she does a bit of a podcast thing now. I've seen some clips. I don't know that it's a podcast or if it was just a sit down interview, but I've seen clips of her doing this, of a little sit down thing. She's pretty funny, actually. She's quite good. She's a pretty fun person by the looks of it. But yeah, I mean, wow, talk about that just changing your life. Look at the flipping Australian breakdancer as well. I mean, she went in and did a 3-minute routine, something like that. Her life has changed, maybe not for the better, but I don't know. I know she said it's been quite difficult for her. I don't think she's enjoyed the attention that she's received, but maybe when the dust settles, she might start getting a few sponsorship deals and it might kind of work out for her, But yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you don't need to do really long videos. You don't need to do a certain thing. You've just got to try and get to the engaging, interesting, informative part of whatever it is you're trying to do. And do that, and whatever you do will be a success. So I do think Unseen gets there. Sometimes it's a bit of a walk because sometimes you have to trudge through some stuff which is not that fun. I mean, I really have, thankfully the Vince stuff has settled down. But I'm really, if that all rears its head again, I'm just so torn as to whether to include it or not. It's just not fun. And I know the news can't always be fun, but I don't know. That's a real problem for me. Do you know what I mean? I want to go, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen that? Have a bit of a joke with it. And oh God, the Vince stuff just completely kills the mood, man. I might not put it in Unseen, actually, and maybe think about doing that in a separate video. It's just a mood hoover, innit? It's just, it's all really heavy, awful stuff, so I don't know. Thankfully, I haven't had to worry about it in ages. It's been all very quiet. Tony said, would you ever think that we get a wrestler that's 10 out of 10 in all attributes, like mic, work, high-flying, technical strength, look, backstage praise? If not, who is close to that? No, I think we will. I think that the thing with... I always think about wrestling and I always think about, the world. And I always think that we are just at the very beginning of everything. It always shocks me, I suppose, that we're born at this time. Because we're born at a time where we've got the internet and we've got technology advancing so quickly, and we've got all this stuff around us that's VR headsets and I don't know, mobile phones. And I feel like we live at such a strange time because if you go back to the 90s, we didn't have mobile phones. They did have them, but they were bricks, they certainly didn't have the internet in them. And you couldn't take pictures and videos and all that stuff. And we had the internet, but we didn't have the internet because the internet was not readily available. It wasn't widely available. I mean, first time we got the internet was 1999. I think people started getting it about 97, and you could have had it before that. I'm sure in America you were probably slightly ahead of us in the UK, but for me it was 1999 when we first got the internet. And so for me, I look back at all of that and I'm like, what a weird time to be alive, because I can remember life before all of that. I can remember what life was like before mobile phones. I can remember what life was like before the internet. And then I just feel like the internet just changed everything. It changed shopping. It changed viewing habits. It changed TV ratings. Now we have streaming services, which wouldn't have been possible if we didn't have an internet. So, I mean, it changed, everything. I feel like a lot of the shops that closed because of the internet. A lot of TV ratings going down because of the internet. I feel like things like WWE are even viewed more widely now around the globe. I feel like the world feels a bit smaller now. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I feel like if you look at the history of wrestling, obviously it goes back throughout humanity. But really, if you even go back to the 1800s, it's kind of in the carnivals. It's kind of like strongmen. It's kind of like test yourself against the strongman at the carnival. There's not really like wrestling matches per se. You can find the odd kind of, fighting in a field, but not pay money to go and see it type stuff. Obviously, when you get towards the late 1800s, you're starting to find that growing more and more. And so really, the kind of wrestling that we know, I reckon you're going back to late 1800s where you pay money to go and view it. And it kind of comes out of the carnivals, comes out of circuses, comes out of testing yourself against the strong men, right? And it kind of comes out of that. And then, people decide to put it into a ring and charge for it and try and find who's the best at it. And then you start to get people claiming to be world champion. But of course, who is the world champion at that time? Because, how could you establish an actual world champion? George Hackenschmidt is claiming to be the world champion, and he's from Russia. He's based over in the UK. He goes to America, he fights an American, he beats the American, I think it's called Tom Jenkins. And then, obviously, it sets up the match with Gotch, which is probably one of the most famous matches in the history of wrestling, Gotch against Hackenschmidt from, the early 1900s. So the reason that I'm giving you, this info is because that, for me, is the origins of wrestling. That's the origins of what we know and love. It was very different back then, of course, but we ain't talking that long ago. I mean, we're really talking 120 years. And if you think about how long humanity has been around for, and we're talking about what we love and what we enjoy, you can go back 120 years, 130, 140, 150, that ballpark, yeah? So the point I'm making is we are right at the beginning of this thing. Whatever wrestling is going to evolve into, professional wrestling, I'm sure will be unrecognizable from the product that we are watching right now, because we could have 10,000 years of this, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. I don't know when they're predicting that the sun's going to explode, but I'm fairly confident that as long as humanity is around, there will be wrestling in some form. I don't know that there'll be professional wrestling, but you can go back to the cave drawings where you've got cavemen grappling and wrestling, right? Boxing, wrestling, fighting. It's just part of who we are. It's part of our DNA. That is just part of us, That kind of who's the better, who's the stronger, who can outmuscle the other person. It's just part of who we are. So if what we love has been going for 130, 140, 150 years, and we think it's going to run for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 200,000 years, I don't know. I don't know how long we're going to be around for as a species. We may get to the point where we need to leave this planet before the sun explodes. And I don't know when that's scheduled to be. Probably 1 billion years into the future, but I'm fairly confident that wrestling will be around forever in some form. So will there ever be someone that's 10 out of 10 on the mic, 10 out of 10 in the ring, 10 out of 10 on all these aspects? I've got to say yes. Got to say yes, because we ain't even started with professional wrestling. We haven't even started. We haven't even begun. This is still the, this is the prelude. We're still thanking people for buying the book. We haven't even got to chapter 1 yet. So, the story of wrestling, when it gets written in, 50,000 years' time, I don't even know that any of these people... Do you know what's funny is that Gotch and Hackenschmidt might get mentioned. Gotch and Hackenschmidt might be mentioned, but I don't know that Roman Reigns will. Which is funny, isn't it? Isn't that funny? Because all of this will just blur into one, really. John Cena, Roman Reigns, they're just footnotes, really, in the history of wrestling, which at the moment feels very important because we haven't got much of a history of wrestling. But once you've got 10,000 years of history of wrestling, are you really going to talk about Roman Reigns? Are you really going to talk about John Cena? I think you talk about Gotch and Hackenschmidt because that's really seen as like a real genesis moment. That's seen as if you want to talk about the beginnings of wrestling, I think you talk about them. Maybe you talk about WWE and the arrival of but who knows? WWE could go out of business in 50 years, 100 years. It would be nothing but a footnote. It'd be nothing but a footnote. So we are just at the very, very beginning of this journey. So do I think that we'll get 10 out of 10s across the boards? Definitely. Because I see it a lot like the monkeys being typing away, and eventually they'll write Shakespeare. So, eventually we'll get people that deliver on every aspect. Trenton, shout out to you. I hope you are well, my friends. Appreciate the support. Rivy said, guess who's back? Rivy, hello. What's good, days? What's good, chat? Rivy, I hope you are well, my friends. I hope you are emotionally strong on this Friday night. We are an hour and 20 minutes away before we get to SmackDown. Looking forward to it. So welcome back, Rivy. James Haro said, let's go Friday's stream. I watched Wrestlemania 1 for the first time. Oh, did you? Did you enjoy it? I hope you enjoyed it. I think Wrestlemania 1 is such an interesting show, and I've got to tell you, I so want to do a series of videos where I talk about the old shows, but do it in 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I think there's real value to that, and I've tried doing it before, but the views just weren't there. I spent ages on some old SummerSlam shows, and I really enjoyed those videos. I loved making them, and I spoke about the matches, and I spoke about what happened, and I really tried to paint the picture of this is everything you need to know in 2-3 minutes. This is what went down at SummerSlam 92. This is what went down at SummerSlam 91. I made those videos, and I took ages on them, and I really tried to get them right, and I was really excited about them. And I uploaded them, and they got about 1,000 views, which is good. But if you think that the most recent Unseen videos have got about 10,000 views each, it shows, I can do an Unseen in a day, but it took me a bit longer to do those old pay-per-view ones. So I've actually got, I don't think I ever uploaded it. I've got one that I made for WrestleMania that I love. I love that video, but I know I'll upload it and it won't do very well. I just know. It's just the way, really. It's the way of the world. You just sort of know what works and you know what won't work. And sadly, that is one that won't really work. Who knows? I may upload it one day. I've still got it, still made. I may upload it one day, but yeah, I really loved going back and watching some of those old shows. So this was, I think, last year, actually, that I did that. So I watched WrestleMania 1 last year as well, revisited it. And it struck me how different it is, I mean, I've seen WrestleMania 1 lots of times, but the actual in-ring is not very good. Main event is, it is what it is. It's a lot of people very excited about Hulkamania, really. I think if you're not that bothered by Hulkamania, I'm not sure how well it stands if you look at it with fresh eyes now. You got things like Andre Big John Studd, which not brilliant, but it's Andre and people are just freaking out. There's a lot of hero worshipping, you know, which obviously still goes on to this day. But like, you know, people just going crazy because Andre's in the building, the same building as them, and people going crazy because Hogan's there. And it doesn't really matter if the matches aren't very good. It's Hulk Hogan. It's Andre the Giant. It's Cyndi Lauper. It's Muhammad Ali. I think that's the secret to WrestleMania 1, really, the star power, because it certainly ain't the match quality. But I still think it's a fun watch. I still think there's enough. If you go into it knowing it ain't about the matches, like, don't go thinking you're going to be seeing 5-star classics. I mean, you're lucky if you get 3 stars, right? We're talking like some of them are like 1 and 2 stars. So it's not about that. It's about the star power. It's about the spectacle. It's about trying something which had been done, but it hadn't really been done by WWE. Not on that scale. We'd had like Showdown at Shea, and we'd done a few things, you know. Is it Shea, actually? I think it's Shea Stadium, isn't it? Showdown at Shea. They did, I think it was like 3 shows in the late 70s and early 80s at Shea Stadium, and had like some big matches. And that was kind of like the early pay-per-views, if you will. But yeah, we actually did WrestleMania 1, which was like, yeah, huge. Hadn't done anything on that scale. It's a show I think everyone should watch, but you need to go in and know what you're expecting. So yeah, James, you'll have to let me know. Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy it? Did you think it was a bit, don't know. Well, how does it age? How did it age for you? Mike says, top of the league. Come on, Mike. Never in doubt. Yes. I always like to, if I can, have a little nap before the streams. I just feel like it's useful for me. If I wake up at like 2 o'clock and then I stream at 11 o'clock at night, I kind of feel fine. But it'd be nice to have a little cheeky hour in there somewhere. So I watched the first half and I was relatively uninspired. And so I didn't actually watch the second half. I had my nap. And I do feel a lot better for it. So I didn't see. But I woke up and saw that we'd won 1-0. Obviously, I went on Twitter and found the goal. The goal's really good, actually. I was quite impressed. It wasn't like a little tap-in. It was like right in the corner, and he had to do a bit of work. He had players around him, so I was quite impressed with the goal, all things considered. Late goal, 87 minutes, Man United win. Let's go, man. Exciting. So, yeah, Premier League is back. Lots of excitement, and yeah, I don't actually know what games are on tomorrow, but yeah, exciting. I'm just glad Man United won. AB Jobson said, I had steak burgers. Lovely. Lovely. Why does Big Show lose his way so frequently? He keeps turning, said Forrest Gump. Well, I mean, what do we mean? What do we mean? Big Show's over in AEW now, isn't he? Can hardly walk anymore. But I think the problem with Big Show is Big Show, I feel so sorry for him, because if he was around during the territory days, he would have been one of the biggest stars we ever had. Because he was like Andre, but he was more agile. He was more mobile. I don't know height-wise, size-wise, how he actually compares to Andre. I don't know if Andre just had that edge on him. But, I mean, he's still a giant. And he is still someone that in the territory days would have drawn serious money. You still would have wanted to have gone and seen Big Show. Maybe we could have... I feel like Big Show's just an awful name, to be honest. I feel like the name is awful. And I think that's kind of hurt his presentation, The Big Show. So, yeah, I think that was bad. I always thought his music sucked. And I just think someone that's going to be around all the time, someone of his size... It's so hard to keep them feeling special, because someone like that, you can build them up and then they're going to lose. And then when they do lose, are they going to feel as special next time you see them? And are they going to be as scary because you've already seen them lose? I mean, don't forget, when Andre faced Hogan at WrestleMania 3, they presented Andre as being undefeated and never been off his feet, never slammed. And Andre had a hell of a career by that point. Like, his body was breaking down. He'd lost plenty of times, and he'd been slammed even more, right? So none of that was true. But WWE presented it that way because they knew that that's how you get people's interest. Here's Hulk Hogan, here's Hulkamania. But can he get past the unbeaten, unslammable Andre the Giant? I mean, this is why it's one of the biggest moments in the history of wrestling. Those two colliding. Both built up perfectly. Red hot babyface, Hulkamania running wild. Andre the Giant, one of the biggest stars in the history of wrestling. Both of them, two of the biggest stars, colliding in the main event. Title on the line. Amazing. Amazing. But the problem with Big Show is that, you know, you could never do that with him. It was too visible. People had seen him too much. As we said, it was a completely different time, completely different world. A lot of what happened with Andre was not shown on TV. You know, if he did get slammed, it was in a building in front of a few thousand people, and that was it. Certainly wasn't all over the internet. So I do feel sorry for Big Show. So I think a way of kind of getting around that was to turn him a lot. Turn him face, turn him heel. But even that became a joke because they did it so many times. So, yeah, I really feel sorry for Big Show. I feel like there probably was a better way of booking him. There probably was a better way of... Well, there definitely was. Change the name, change the music, don't use him as much, give him more wins, don't have him job as much. And I think you definitely could have got more out of him. I kind of feel like now if Big Show was to, I don't know, be around at, say, WrestleMania doing, like, sign-ins, people would be like, oh, look, Big Show, but I don't think they'd freak out. And that's a real shame, isn't it? That's a real shame. I think they really dropped the ball with him. I think they really botched him. He was like a badly booked Andre the Giant. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Days, how is it going? You should have a pint. Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support as always. It's going well, honestly. I'm really excited for SmackDown. Obviously, we don't know quite what we're going to get because of the tragic news of Afa passing away. So I'm not sure there, but I'm sure it'll still be a good show. SmackDown's been fine. I mean, it's been a bit lacking compared to Raw. But, it's still been fine to watch. So hopefully we get a show of some substance. And we know we're building towards Bash in Berlin, which isn't that far away now. And then, of course, tomorrow we are back with UFC. We will be back tomorrow. We will be doing UFC 305. Israel Adesanya in action, taking on Dricus du Plessis. Middleweight championship on the line. So very excited for that. Always love the big monthly shows. This one should be good. That's a big main event. That's one of those main events that even casual MMA fans will be excited about. Adesanya is probably one of the most recognizable names they've got. So to have him in the main event, there does feel like there's a bit of excitement, and they proper hate each other as well. So yeah, I'm very excited for the weekend. So, and of course there'll be more unseens and whatnot, so plenty of stuff on the way. Right, Johnny said, I'm going to go to my first GCW show this weekend, and a really good friend, my brother Manny, is in a world title match. Floris Gump said, Days, that was more as a wrestling joke that was on a site I looked up. What was, bud? What was? I don't think I saw the joke bit. Jean-Pierre said, I am at SmackDown. Oh, are you actually there, bud? Have a great time. You're there. Oh, well, I hope it's a great show. Mainly for me more than you. I hope it's a great show and I have fun. But I hope it's a great show and you have fun as well. So I actually don't know where we are tonight. I never looked to see where we are in advance. But wherever you are, wherever SmackDown is, I hope you have a good show. The maximum male models are going to be in the main event of Rampage tonight, said the Beach Kevin. I saw the match when it was taped on Wednesday, and they were amazing. I think they will do well in AEW. Well, I wish them all the best. I don't mind that silly kind of comedy. I think there is a place on the card for it. I suppose at the moment, like, Joe Hendry is sort of that thing. We've had Breezango, we've had Billy Kay, we've had Santino Marella, we've had obviously R-Truth, and Maximum Male Models were kind of in that vein. I thought and felt there was something to them, but we could just never quite get it out. And I think the closest we got, and I don't know if you ever saw it, they actually did some YouTube videos where they had like a whole story going on. Like there was all this drama going on within the group, and they told like a bit of a story on this YouTube video. And you've got like just really fun moments where like Marseille's getting upset and he storms out and he's on roller skates and he skates off like in a huff. And there's just these moments where you're like, oh man, that's pretty fun. It's just fun. It's not going to be to everybody's taste. You know, if you're Jim Cornette, you're going to really struggle with it. But I do think that there are places for that kind of comedy. And as I said, you know, I'd point to, say, the Bushwhackers. I mean, Bushwhackers I loved. I absolutely loved the Bushwhackers. I mean, they would do this, come marching down, that lick the faces of the crowd away, you know, and all this, and like they'd be doing the march. Do you remember that classic moment where I think it was Luke got in the Rumble, chucked straight over the rope? So Luke comes marching down, gets in the ring, Earthquake grabs him, eliminates him like within 2 seconds, and he just marches his way to the back again. I mean, there's a place for that in my opinion. And I kind of put Maximum Male Models in that same bracket. I don't think though that the photo shoots, the school collections and all that, the summer wear, it wasn't really landing. I don't think that it was entertaining enough, I don't think. But they did do some videos on YouTube which I thought had some really good moments and kind of showed what that group could be. But, yeah, I mean, you know, Triple H didn't like it and, you know, they got the axe, which is understandable. I can understand it. But I wish them all the best. I mean, I always think that, you know, when you get given a character, all you can do is the best you can do. Cody was told that from Dusty. Cody hated Stardust. And it was Dusty that said, you've got to give it your all. That's what you do in wrestling. You give it your best. You make lemonade out of lemons. And, you know, he really tried with the Stardust character. I mean, he couldn't have done any more. He gave it everything. He genuinely did. But it just wasn't getting anywhere. And so, obviously, you know, it was time for him to go. And thankfully, he was able to reinvent himself, become the American Nightmare, find his way back. And, you know, the rest is history. But I kind of feel sorry for him because they were given lemons and, you know, they tried to make lemonade, but, you know, they ran out of time. They ran out of road. So I wish them all the best. Marty said before, the Bushwhackers, they were the sheep herders and they were mean and they were bloodthirsty, says Marty. That is true. It's famous, isn't it? Quite famous that Meltzer gave them a 5-star match against the Fantastics, was it? When they were the sheep herders. It's one of those quirky wrestling stats where it's like, did you know the Bushwhackers had a 5-star match? And like, you're going, well, but then it turns out they were the sheep herders and they were actually, as you said, mean and moody and actually pretty badass. But I think by the time they got to WWE, like with a lot of wrestlers in that time, their best years were behind them. Like Vince wanted Harley Race when Harley Race was the NWA champion. He couldn't get him, but he did get him eventually. But by the time he got him, Harley Race was broken down, you know, was past his prime. Same with Dusty. You know, Dusty was someone that was massive in the 70s and early 80s. And by the time Vince gets his hands on him, which is kind of mid-late 80s, more late 80s, Dusty's, you know, done really. So I mean, what can you get out of Dusty? I mean, you have to dig into his fun personality, really, because he ain't going to be giving you amazing matches at that stage in his career. So, you know, I think this is why a lot of people think that the polka dots were a rib and that it was Vince trying to get one over on Dusty. I don't believe that's true. I think that he looked at Dusty and saw that Dusty was past his best and thought, I need to get out Dusty's fun personality, you know, and he gave him like this really fun music and tried to put him in like the polka dots and get him dancing, and you know, like, and people loved him. People loved him. I mean, if it was a rib, it would have bombed and it would have been awkward. He was loved. I love Dusty, and like, I remember when I finally got a Dusty Rhodes Hasbro figure, which is one of the hardest to get. Finally got a Dusty Rhodes. I was in love with it as a kid. I never looked at it as embarrassing or anything like that. It's funny how that, I think, was the narrative, like in the dirt sheets, like, oh, they're punishing him. And I think it's kind of stayed the narrative, if you will, in certain places. I never felt that way. I really didn't. I think it was Vince trying to get him to exaggerate his fun personality side because the in-ring just wasn't as good. And I think that was the same with the Bushwhackers. And I think actually the Bushwhackers, you could say the same. You know, the Bushwhackers came in and they were past their prime. You weren't going to get like great matches out of them at that stage in their career. So I think, like, let's make them more family friendly. You got to remember, I mean, WWE is PG now, but it's PG in a way where adults can watch it and it's fine. I feel like in the late 80s, adults could still watch it, but it was very cartoony. I think they really did turn up the color, and they really did turn up, like, you know, the fun, and they really tried to make it really appeal to kids. Now kids can watch it, but I don't know that we necessarily target kids. I think we, you know, you could look at maybe some of the stuff Cody does and the way, like, he carries himself, whatever, but you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on at the moment that feels fine for adults as well. You know, the whole Liv Dom stuff, for example. But back then, you know, you had just bright, colourful characters. And I think like Dusty Rhodes and the Bushwhackers, like Vince tried to find a way of making them appeal to kids. So, and sheep herders just ain't going to fit that world, are they? You know, so it's very interesting. I love the history of WWE. I'm a big fan of kind of going back and trying to learn more and watch shows that I've not seen. And I mean, I've seen like the pay-per-views, and I've seen a lot of, I said actually during a member stream, I'm really interested on the member stream to start at Raw #1 and just go through. I'm really interested in doing that on the members side and just re-watching Raw from the very beginning and working our way through. Because there will be shows that I've not seen. I have no doubt about that. And, you know, there will be moments and things that I've forgotten. And I just think it would be really good to go back and redo that. But I'm still not sure if the appetite would be there from people to do that, or if there's something better that we could end up doing. But yeah, finding time to go back. I mean, there's just so much to look at now. I mean, I do unseen videos that are like half an hour long every day. In order to create that, I'm on Twitter for hours and hours and hours. I mean, so to find time to actually go back and watch older stuff is quite difficult now, unfortunately. So I would like to try and find a space in my week where I could fit something in. That would be quite good. But yeah, loved as a kid. Oh my God, I so loved the Bushwhackers. Tony said it's funny how a lot of people liked Maximum Male Models in AEW, but not knowing it was a Vince McMahon idea, says Tony. Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't comment, to be honest. I can only comment about the fact that I didn't mind them when they were in WWE, and I said that on streams at the time. I saw that there was something there. I think sometimes with those kind of characters, people don't quite, I don't know, people don't quite get them in the sense of not everything is meant to be top of the cards. Like, you do need your R-Truths. You do need your Santino Morellas. Like, you do need the comedy aspects. It's not meant to be serious. It's just meant to be fun, entertaining. I think part of the problem, though, was it's all right for them to be up themselves and be models and look stupid, but that joke is going to wear thin. So how do you get, where do you get the humor from? You can't just keep putting them out in stupid clothes, because Seth's doing that anyway. Right? Seth Rollins does that. So that's not going to provide much humor. So how do you get, like, the humor out of them? And as I said, I thought that YouTube thing was quite good. I thought that YouTube little series they did had some real potential, but I could understand why Triple H was like, this isn't for me. I don't know what I can do with this, and he got rid of it. I do think as well, though, that if people have got the attitude that if Vince created it, it's bad, I think you're onto a loser there. I mean, are you just going to dismiss, like, from 1982, was it, 83? Are you just going to dismiss that period up until, what, 2022? Because everything had Vince's fingerprints on it. So I think anyone that's running with the idea of that's a Vince idea, it's automatically bad, I would really recommend that you change your thinking on that. Because do you not rate The Undertaker? You don't like Undertaker? Do you not rate, like, Shawn's career or Brett's career or the Attitude Era or John Cena or I don't know? That would be a pretty bonkers stance, to be honest. Vince created it, so it's bad. I wouldn't go with that vibe. SmackDown is in Orlando. Oh, is it? Oh, I love Orlando. I love Orlando. I wish I was there. I can picture myself there right now. I've been in that arena, you know. I watched basketball there. I saw the Magic play years ago. Really enjoyed it. They were playing... I can't remember who they were playing. I think it was San Antonio Spurs. I do remember one of them, Tony Parker, was it? Was dating Eva Longoria, and there was... the mascot was running around with a sign who said, "I'm a desperate mascot," or something like this, because I think she was in Desperate Housewives, and so that was kind of the joke, and, like, you know, people were referencing that because I think he was dating her. I don't think that lasted, but that's what the conversation was at the time. I believe it's that arena, so I have been in that arena and actually watched some basketball. Love Orlando. Right, Dormouse, shout out to you, said Days, what do you prefer for support? Stickers, super chats, or members gifting? I'm thinking of doing another 50 membership gifting again soon. Honestly, Dormouse, I don't do what I do for that. I mean, I do need to survive, right? And I think in regards to the channel, I think the streams, the way that you make money on YouTube is by adverts, and you may have noticed that we don't get interrupted by adverts during the streams, and there's a reason for that. It's because I don't insert them. There is a button I can press that will add an advert, but I never press it, and I haven't since we started 6 years ago doing live streams, because I just so enjoy, you know, go in the bathroom and all, like, you know, all that stuff. I don't need to go to the bathroom, so I don't go, right? I don't need to. But, like, I just enjoy sitting and chatting and watching the shows with you guys. And I don't know, like, that side of it, I'm just not very good at, to be honest. I'm not very good at it. I genuinely don't do it for that. But there is a line in the regards of, like, well, you do have to make money because you have to pay for the internet, you have to pay for the electricity, you have to pay and survive and buy food and stuff like that. So there is a balance. So it's like, I don't know, that question is very difficult because I never ask for super chats, I never ask for donations, because people are just, I don't know, just people are very kind and they just naturally just come through. So it's very difficult for me to answer that question because I don't have a preference, because I don't ever think about it. And I'm not saying that to try and win favor, because I'm just, you know, I don't add adverts, right? I don't. And so I just enjoy doing what I do. So the honest answer is I don't have a preference, because I don't really look for those things. But on an equal balance, I do understand that they obviously help me live. So I would say you do you. That's what I would say. You do you. I think from a community aspect, gifting memberships is lovely. And then it puts responsibility on me to try and make sure that I am doing good stuff for the members, you know? So that I can give people their money's worth, really. So, you know, every week we do a live stream, for example, and we've got like exclusive emojis for the members. And we did a live stream recently, and the members vote for like the Hall of Fame thing, and that's going to be coming up. And actually, recently we've been doing 2 member streams, but I'm struggling with the one because it's Wyatt 6 related, and we haven't had loads of Wyatt 6 conversation to get our teeth into. Part of the problem is that a lot of stuff that I do get goes in unseen. So what can I actually talk about on a Wyatt 6 stream? I'm not really left with much. I would just be repeating myself, really. I kind of feel like anything Wyatt 6 we talk about, it goes in unseen. There's not much, I mean, I can't, other than maybe reiterating points or revisiting points, there's not much I can bring to the table, Wyatt 6, that you don't know. Because anything I get goes in unseen. And that does make doing a stream very difficult because I don't have anything new to bring to the table. So that's why I was thinking about like a watch along, like a Raw watch along, something along those lines. The problem is, if you did a pay-per-view on a regular basis, it's very hard for people to commit to a 2-hour watch along on a regular basis. You could probably do it once a month, but doing it like a weekly thing, that's a big commitment for people. So I don't know, it's very hard to know kind of what to do there. But we've been exploring stuff. And we have been doing stuff recently. So I kind of feel like at least then people are getting something for the money, you know, in that regard. So I don't know. I'm going to leave that to people out there. Just know that everyone's generosity is legitimately what keeps the lights on. Because I don't get paid off Twitter. There's a lot of people that get money off Twitter. I don't get paid off Twitter. And I don't get paid off TikTok. I don't get paid off Instagram. It's literally YouTube. And when it comes to YouTube, the way that you earn money is through ad revenue, which is not very good. And as you can see, you might watch an advert before the stream starts. I'm not sure. But that is it. That is really how I get paid. Other than that, it's the donations that people see. And of those donations, 50% goes to YouTube, 20% goes to the government. So what actually ends up going into the channel is about 30% of what you see. 30% of what you see. So it's funny because I think people that watch the live streams probably see like a lot of these big donations coming through, probably think that like, you know, I'm swimming in money and all that kind of stuff. It couldn't be further from the truth because ad revenue is just not that great on YouTube. It genuinely is like rubbish. You can speak to a lot of YouTubers. You can do your own research and they'll tell you the real money is in sponsorship. It's not in ad revenue. That's why a lot of videos start with, you know, BetterHelp, or might start with Clash of Clans, or it might start with, I don't know, some water bottle that you can breathe the flavor, I don't know, Air Up or whatever, Manscape, you know, all these things, Blue Chew. It's because that's where you get your proper money from, right? Outside of that, ad revenue is rubbish. And so really the way the channel survives is through donations, and what actually comes to the channel is 30% of it. 50% goes to YouTube, 20% goes to the British government. Thanks, British government. Thanks. So that I'm leaving that with you, Dormouse. Just know you don't have to send anything. People are so kind. It's, you know, we find a way. And actually, talking of someone that's probably almost close to single-handedly kept the channel going, here's Delwyn. Delwyn's probably responsible for keeping the lights on about as much as anyone. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friend. Darwin said, Days, what figures are the best to get for Roman Reigns? I can't wait for SmackDown tonight. Still feel that SmackDown eventually needs to be a 3-hour show. 2-hour show has been a bit hit and miss. Not enough time, in my opinion. Darwin, shout out to you. I'm a bit nervous, to be honest, about going to 3 hours for SmackDown, because my counterpoint would be that I don't think they've booked 2 hours very well. So if we had 2 hours that were amazing, that were like, oh my God, it's so good, I just wish we could get a third, then I would agree. But the fact that we get a 2-hour show and it's okay, I don't know that I'm desperate for that third hour. I feel like they're lacking big, interesting storylines on SmackDown. Yes, you've got the Bloodline, but really, I don't know, is Nia being the women's champion that interesting? Is it as good as Liv, Dom, Rhea? I would say definitely no. And obviously the Bloodline story has been, the most dominant thing, so no doubt, no problem there. But really, beyond that, what else have we got? We've had Logan as the mid-card champ, and he defended that belt, 3 times? And wasn't around all that much. So, I mean, the mid-card belt was pretty much dead. The women's championship was on Io. Her reign was okay. Was on Bayley. That reign was okay. Now it's on Nia. I mean, I just don't think the women's championship has been that engaging. Tag titles, I can't even remember who's had those, to be honest. I mean, was it A-Town Down Under? Had them for a bit. Bloodline, I've got them now. DIY had them for like a couple of weeks. I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at SmackDown and it's like the stories just don't feel like they're there to me. The creative just feels like it's not quite right. It doesn't feel as good as Raw, personally, and I don't know that a 3rd hour fixes that. I don't know that if they had more time that results in better creative. I genuinely don't know. So I do think there's definitely issues that need to be fixed with SmackDown. Whether that is a 3rd hour or not, I mean, for me, my first place would be going to the flipping creative team. And I'd be trying to figure out what their plans are, where we're heading, why has it felt like it's been a distant second to Raw, and you may even say a third to NXT. Some people would say NXT has been a better show as well. So, don't know. We'll see what we get tonight, though. Let's see what we get tonight. We know that Roman's back. I don't know if he's on the show, but with Roman being back, that obviously is a big boost. In regards to the best figures, well, I'm going to give you a cop-out answer, and my cop-out answer is going to be the Ultimate Edition. The reason why I'm saying that is because genuinely, with Mattel figures, they have been getting better and better and better and better over the years. So if you was to collect figures in 2010 when Mattel first got the license, I think that those figures have been massively improved on. There was True Effects that came in, I want to say about 2018, and that was this whole new face scanning technology. And it can be a little bit hit and miss at times. When they get it right, it's incredible. When they get it right, the figure looks like a mini version of the person. It's face scan, the beard has got like, it's not just like black painted, because early Mattel figures for a beard is like someone's got a Sharpie pen and just done like that, right? And just done that. But now it's like, I don't know, scanned, and like you can see like a Kevin Owens figure will have a bit of grey in there, and it looks a lot more like it's actual facial hair, but the face looks a lot more accurate, and like the eyes and everything, it just looks so much better since about 2018. So I would say that was a big step in the right direction. So I would say any Roman elite figure from the past few years, to be honest, is going to have that technology. And really at that point, you're just dealing with accessories. Do you want it to come with a certain belt? Do you want it to come with a certain shirt? Do you want it to come with the Ula Fala? I would imagine people would. So, that's why it's hard to say a certain series because I don't think you can really go wrong with any in recent years because they're all going to have true FX. The great thing about the Ultimate Editions is you tend to get swappable heads, which gives you different expressions. You tend to get more accessories, so you'll probably get the belts and the Ula Fala, and you probably get a shirt in there and swappable heads, and it's your one-stop shop, really. It's gonna have everything that you need. I can't remember when Ultimate Editions came in, but that definitely felt like another big step in the right direction. I remember the first series was Ronda and Ultimate Warrior, and it was a higher price point, but you got more stuff. So genuinely, whenever and I don't do them anymore, but when I was doing Figure of the Year videos, in recent years, it was always Ultimate Editions that really dominated the top end. So I would say if you are thinking of collecting figures, I would say now's a really good time to do it, because I think the figures have got to a point where they're the best they've ever been, genuinely. I think also as well, they're actually re-releasing a lot of old ones. You can go to Ringside Collectibles and they've got a whole range called From the Vault. And that is basically figures from back in the day that are being re-released. So you don't have to pay crazy prices on eBay anymore. Granted, you know, they're not going to be the OG ones from 8 years ago, but they're going to look exactly the same. And, you know, you're going to still be able to get them if you so want. But the quality of the new figures, the ones that are coming out now, just so much better. So much better. I do look at a lot of the figures I've got now and I'm like, I loved getting them and it's been really fun collecting them and I don't have any regrets, but I do look at them and I'm like, if I was to start now, I think my collection would look very different, because there's a lot of figures there which I think just haven't aged as well, to be honest. I think the older ones just aren't as good. I just think there's a lot now that with the face scanning that just looks so much better. So anything recent would be my answer. But really, when it comes to Roman, just have a look and see what accessories you want and have a look at Ultimate Editions. Dormouse, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you. Appreciate the support, buds, as always. And Delwyn, shout out to you. LM1, shout out to you, sir. Appreciate the support. So big shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are edging our way closer. We're just 40 minutes away from the show. 40 minutes and then we'll be at SmackDown. Let's just quickly do a little rundown, shall we? For those that are just joining us, because we have been live for an hour and 20 minutes. Tonight we've got Roman Reigns returning to SmackDown. We got Tiffany Stratton throwing a championship celebration for Nia Jax. We've got DIY against the Street Profits. We've got Naomi against Blair Davenport. And we got Kevin Owens taking on Grayson Waller. So that's the lineup for tonight's show. And as we said, we don't quite know what to expect because of the sad news of Afa passing away. But I'm still expecting Roman. I don't know if they would have announced if he was not going to be there. I think they would have done. I can't say I've had anything come through. So I think he's still going to be there. But as I said earlier, I think everyone would also understand if he wasn't. Roman is going to make the crowd freak out, said Davids. I've got a feeling that Randy is going to destroy Kevin, said Archie, out of spite, because he feels that Kevin took his title shot. This will create a feud leading to a match at Bad Bloods. Well, I would really enjoy a turn from Randy, to be honest. I think now is a good time to do it because he's been back for a bit. And I think that there's so many matches for him. I mean, if we're going to do him against John Cena next year, I think it's going to be more satisfying if one of them is a heel, and that ain't going to be John. So I think it would be more satisfying to turn Randy and have Randy be the heel. And also then, of course, I think a lot of people are excited about the idea, the thought of Randy against the Wyatts. So obviously we could do that as well. So Randy Cena, Randy Wyatt, Randy Cody. There's just a lot for Randy to do if he was going to be a heel. So I think there's a good reason as to why you might look to turn him. So, and you know, Randy against Kevin Owens, I'm totally down for that. So I would be totally on board if we went that way. James said if there are any changes, that is understandable. Matt said, did you watch the Cody Randy interview? Do you know, I was going to, and I think this kind of sums the point up that I made earlier about Unseen. I saw it was 50 odd minutes long and I was like, I just don't have that time. I don't really have that time. So I didn't in the end, which is a shame because I do have that time and I could have just put it on in the background today. But it's one of those where there's been other things that have gone on today that I've been looking into and I just never went back to it. It's one of those where if you don't do it at the time, it's kind of hard to go back to because you don't really think about it. So I would, but I also feel like in this day and age, as soon as an interview like that drops, a lot of the key talking points are pulled out and they're shared around. So I've seen so many clips of it and I've read so many quotes from it. I feel like I've already seen it. I have seen a lot of it already as a result, but I have not sat down and watched the whole 50 odd minutes. So there could definitely be bits in there that I've not seen. But in this day and age, there's so many accounts that just pull so much stuff out. I mean, I did a whole folder on it on Unseen because my whole timeline was just full of quotes and clips, and that's kind of what people were talking about. And you do find that it's the same when Chris Van Vliet does a sit-down interview. It was the same when Dominic was on Impulsive. You know, it's like they all of those interviews get broken down and quoted, and it's just the world we live in now. To be honest, it's just the world we live in. It did look very good though. It did look very good. Well worth watching. What brand of figures would you say you like more, Jax or Mattel? Oh, Mattel, 100%. I really didn't like Jax. I thought that they looked weird, out of proportion. They just looked off. I think that some of them, you know, there was a classic Superstar series which I was really tempted to get into because they were releasing like Andy Kaufman and Gorilla Monsoon, and you know they really did release like a lot of the legends, and I was really tempted by those. But what eventually got me back into figures was the belts. The belts for Jax were never quite right. They were like never really truly representative of what the belts look like. Mattel completely changed that. Mattel's belts for their figures are mini replicas. So obviously they're plastic. They're not replicas like made out of metal or whatever, but they are as close like to how they are meant to look. And they're brilliant. I mean, they're brilliant. As soon as I saw them, it blew my mind. It just blew my mind. I could not believe how accurate they were. And so when I started collecting figures, it was because I wanted to get all the belts. That was my motivation. I thought, how awesome would it look to have a case full of figures with the different belts? Like there's the Winged Eagle, there's the original, like, you know, Attitude Era belt, there's the Spinner belt, there's the Intercontinental, there's the United States, there's the European Championship, there's the current tag titles, blah 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 blah, NXT belts, all this kind of stuff. Just here's all the different belts. And so that was my motivation. But the problem is you then get to the point where you're like, well, I need a Macho Man. How can I have a collection that doesn't have a Macho Man? And I need that match. I need the WrestleMania 3 Macho Man. Like, of course I do. But it doesn't come with the belt. Well, it doesn't matter. I have to have that. So then you get that, and then you're like, well, I need a Roddy Piper. Of course I need a Roddy Piper. It doesn't come with the belt. It doesn't matter. I need a Roddy Piper, right? So you get a Roddy Piper, and then you're like, yeah, but I need a Shawn Michaels. It's like, yeah, but, well, you could get this Shawn Michaels that comes with the belt, but, yeah, but I need a Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. Yeah, but that doesn't come in that. Yeah, but I don't care. I need a Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. I'm going to get that. I need an Undertaker. Do you know what I mean? And before you know it, you're like, oh, dear. Oh, that's got out of control. Oh, yeah, okay. Did I need Lana? Did I need Lana? Did I need Lana? Did I need Lana? Yeah, at the time I thought I did. Turns out I didn't, you know. Turns out I didn't. Turns out I didn't need Lana. So, yeah, that's how it spirals. So be warned. If you are sat there going, oh, I could get into figures, be warned. It spirals. You get sucked in. You start looking at the new ones. You start getting like, oh, I need that. I need that. And then like you start collecting and it just takes over your life. So I have drastically cut down now. Drastically cut down. This is why we don't do figures so much on the channel, because the pandemic changed everything for me. I was in this routine of going to the shops, buying the latest figures, doing a toy hunt as I did it. I would then come back, do reviews, and it was all content for the channel. But as soon as we hit the pandemic and I couldn't do the toy hunts, well, I didn't want to just order the figures because I felt like something massive was missing. Like, toy hunts have been huge for the channel, so just having them arrive in the post was nowhere near as good. That was like a large part of my enjoyment, was going in the shops and doing a toy hunt, knowing that hopefully it would be a fun video for the channel as well. That was a big part of my reason of getting the figures. So as soon as we went to like lockdown and I couldn't do the toy hunts, I was like, oh, I don't want to just order them. So yeah, that really took me out of it, to be honest. And so now I'm just so out of it. I'm so, do you know what I mean? I mean, there are just hundreds of figures that I don't have now. I mean, there's always been hundreds of figures I don't have, but there's hundreds of figures I haven't had since the 2020, 2021. So I'm much more selective now of what I get. Much more selective. Which I've got to tell you is, I think, the right way of doing it. I think it's the right way, rather than just going, I'll have all of it, please. There's a lot of channels out there that have got like deals with Ringside Collectibles, where they'll get sent every figure for free as long as they mention Ringside and mention their code and whatever. So they don't have the expenditure. They're not spending any money. They're just getting free figures, which is a great deal if you can get it. But I am obviously based in the UK, so it's not really it's not going to work over here. You know, I don't have a relationship with Ringside. And by the time the figures come to the UK, they've already been out a little bit in America. We get the figures a little bit after America. America gets them first, and then the UK gets them a little bit, you know, might be a month later or something like that, 3 weeks later, whatever. But it's normally a bit after. And again, by that point, by the time I'm actually getting them, a lot of other figure YouTubers have already got their reviews up and whatever. So I think from a figure point of view in the UK, you're kind of fighting a bit of a losing battle if you want to do figures in the UK. So, you know, just a perfect storm of reasons as to why that content kind of settled down a little bit. But I still love them. I still think Mattel make incredible stuff. Incredible. Carl and Dawn said maybe WWE should combine storylines between shows like the old days. Well, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because some people would say yes and some people would say no, because I think if you've got a show that's a little bit flat, if you've got a good show and a show that's not as good, one of the fixes would be, well, let's use these storylines and put them over here and space them out, and that will, you know, fix things. The problem you've got with that is that you are overexposing people. So now you've got people on two shows and you're underexposing other people because now they can't get on any show. So, you know, people like, I don't know, Apollo, Baron Corbin, Grayson Waller, whoever, right? They're the ones where their TV time might suffer because we're going to do more with Liv and Dom. So Liv and Dom, they'll be on both shows. Roman will be on both shows. CM Punk and Drew, I'm sure, would be on both shows. So where do you fit in Santos Escobar, Andrade? And you might look at that and go, well, I'm not bothered because they don't do anything for me anyway. But those might be your next stars. Those might be the people that are coming through. Those might be the next big names, you know, like a Grayson, like an Austin Theory. Those might be the next ones, and they need this TV time they need, the opportunity to go out there and have matches and all of that stuff. So that's for me why I wouldn't go that way, because I think doing that, you're putting a band-aid over the problem rather than actually the surgery that's needed. I've always feel that if you've got one show that's really performing, you leave that alone because it's doing its job. If the other show's not performing, the answer surely is better storylines, like fix it. And I think the fix for it is to come up with better creative and use the characters you've got and create better stories and do the hard work. That's hard work. That's not easy. To sit down with a blank piece of paper and come up with engaging storylines, that's hard. That's hard. Everyone's trying to do that. Every wrestling company ever has tried to do that with varying degrees of success. So I think rather than taking the show that's working and spacing it out, maybe overexposing and then damaging the amount of TV time the SmackDown stars get, the work that you need to do is work on SmackDown and improve the stories there. So yeah, it's difficult. It's hard. Working in creative, I would imagine, is very difficult. I really feel it's a job that I would love. I would love to do it, but I don't know that I'd be any good at it, of course. But I'd give it the old schoolboy effort, you know. And I think that a lot of wrestling fans would be excellent at giving it a go. I think it's a myth. It's completely wrong to say that wrestling fans would be no good working in creative. I mean, that's just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. We know what wrestling fans like. We know what's worked. We've seen what happened in the past. I would argue there's no one better to book a wrestling show than wrestling fans, because as long as you've watched a lot of wrestling and you've learned the lessons of what worked, what didn't work, why it didn't work, as long as you've gone through that, I mean, who better to write wrestling stories than wrestling fans? But WWE, they're just, I don't know, they love going to TV and getting people that write for TV dramas and TV comedies, and they love getting like those people instead. There must be a method to that. I still think it should be mixed. I think it's fine to go and get those people. It's good to get outside perspectives. But I also think you want some people in there that have got wrestling knowledge and know the roads that we've been down, know what has worked and what hasn't worked, and get a nice mixture, So, yeah, the whole creative thing. Imagine if there was a series that just focused on the creative teams, and we looked at like the meetings and the ideas that were proposed and the things that we were going to get, but then they fall through and we find out why they fell through. I actually think that is probably the stuff that wrestling fans love the most. The stuff that was going to happen but didn't. And the plans that were going to happen but they had to change, and finding out why they changed and what was planned, and looking at the original concept art for characters and seeing how that evolves. Like, all of that is the creative department. Could you imagine if we just operated, I don't know, 5 years ahead and we got to see? So in 2019, we could, on the network now, be watching a series about what the creative team were doing in 2019, right? I mean, I don't think that's going to be a problem now because we're 5 years removed. And then, it doesn't have to be what happened last week. It's not going to ruin any plans, is it? So, we could be doing that. And then next year, we could have a look at 2020. The year after that, we could look at 2021. And you could have a series on the network that just looks at the creative department and the plans. And we get to see in the meetings. And that would be like one of the greatest wrestling series ever. That would be amazing. And obviously WWE could take out anything sensitive, of course. I mean, clearly there's a line, but I think that'd be an amazing show. Do that, you cowards, if you're watching. That's just license to print money, that is. Bob Boyd, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Kian said, Days, that's why I don't get any wrestling figures. The prices, they're crazy. Do you know, when I started, an Elite was about £18. I think they're like 22 or something now. which doesn't sound like a massive increase, but it is if you think about it. It's go from 17 to 22. And yeah, I mean, it's just the way of the world, isn't it? Everything's gone up. It's just, yeah. I think you have to be more, I mean, everything's gone up, which I think means that, well, I can certainly speak for myself. There is less money now to play around with. I mean, you know, it's one of those where if I was buying every figure now, I just don't know. I just don't know what my life would look like. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be able to pop out to the cricket like I did the other week. I mean, even going to cricket is like £30 ticket to get in. Then it was like 20 odd pound on the train. And then it was probably like 20 odd pound on drinks. Probably about 20 odd pound on fit. It's like one of those where you go to the cricket, you're spending £100 without even trying. And that's being like, you know, let's not go crazy. But like just the prices of everything now. It's gone mental. Everything's mental. I can't believe how much a pint is these days. I mean, I bought a couple of drinks the other day. I went out for a drink with my brother and my dad. We just popped down to the pub. And just went out with them for a drink, and it was like, I think it was like £15 or something for like 3 drinks. And I was like, does that mean they were like £5 each? How is this? Well, we haven't had pina coladas. How does in London? I think a pint is like knocking on the door to £7 in some places. It's mental. It's gone mental. The world's gone mad. Dawn said, A-Town Down Under are one of my favourite tag teams at the moment. James said, Dave Meltzer hasn't apologised for putting the AFA fake news out. What a scumbag. I think he did, didn't he? Didn't he put a thing out that says correction? Did he say sorry? I saw his correction thing. Don't know. I saw him put out correction, but did he say apologies? I'm just having a look now because that's I thought he had in that. God, he tweets a lot, doesn't he? I can't even find it. Oh no, he said a correction. Afa has not passed away. He is battling. That was 23 hours ago. I know the confusion on that, to be honest. So Samu put it was Afa's son put a post out. I think it was on Facebook because I saw a lot of people sharing it, and it was quite a cryptic post in the sense of, I know that you'll be opening a school in heaven, and like it was really cryptic. It didn't say he had passed, but it was like, as you embark on this final journey. I think what had happened, right, is that yesterday they were told he's going to pass. It's like we're in the final stages. And I think it was Samu that went online and put this message out, which was like, as you embark on this final journey and meet up again with your friends in the sky and the family and you know, I know that you will be opening up this school in heaven. And the way that it was worded, it felt like he had passed. And so there was a lot of people, not only Dave, there was a lot of people that had put out RIP and all that kind of stuff, right? But it didn't say anywhere that he'd actually passed away. But it was just this lovely message, right? It was just this lovely post, which suggested he had. And so, you know, I think the thing with Dave is that he should have reached out to the family to have got it confirmed 100%. But I think there was a lot of people that were sharing the news that Afa had passed. And people had took that message as being confirmation of it. But it turns out he hadn't quite at that moment. And then, of course, today he does. So I think it was known yesterday that we were in the final stages. But, yeah, it's one of those, you know. I don't know. My feelings on it are that it was a bit of confusion. And maybe Dave should have done a bit better with it, considering his position. But I do also think There are a lot of people that have just got it out for Dave. I mean, Dave's at the point where in a lot of people's mind right now, he can't do anything right. That's it. He's dead. He's done. He's over. He's like, you know, whatever he does, it's just, I hate Dave Meltzer. And I don't quite know where that's come from. I do wonder if part of it is like the Jim Cornette thing. I do wonder if part of it is because of like Jim being so down on Dave Meltzer. And I do wonder if some of it is to do with AEW. I do wonder if some of it is because he scores WWE not as high as AEW and people have took offense to that. I don't know. I mean, I don't really study Dave that closely so that I can say that I know. I don't know. I mean, I'm sitting here saying I don't know. I don't know why there is that kind of really strong hatred for Dave. I mean, I think Dave is one of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to wrestling, in the sense of he has legitimately been following the sport, I don't know, since when? I mean, The Observer's been going since, I want to say, the late 80s. And granted, there's plenty of stuff that's wrong in The Observer, right? But there's a lot of stuff that's accurate as well. Like, it's a mixed bag, which, I don't know, does he make stuff up? I mean, people are under the impression he does, or does he just get, like, bad information off people that are just desperate to, you know, I don't know, make a bit of money or whatever? I mean, does he, I don't even know, does he buy stories from people? Does he give them a bit of money? If so, do they just make it up to get a bit of money out of Dave? I genuinely don't know. Genuinely don't know. But he's got a reputation now, which is not in a great place, is it, to be honest? It's not in a great place. But I do think, don't you think it's interesting that Brian, who's the Jim Cornette's co-host? Brian Last. He was an Observer subscriber. Jim Cornette read it for years. So they didn't have a problem until AEW came along. So it's kind of interesting how Jim Cornette had Dave Meltzer on his show. He was on the Cornette Experience and they had a lovely chat. Everything was fine. And then AEW came along. Dave took the opposite position to Jim on that company. And since then, Jim's obviously blasted him and said he's lost his mind and he's gone senile and all of this. But it's funny, isn't it? It's funny, it wasn't that long ago Jim Cornette was a subscriber of the Wrestling Observer. Used to vote in the Hall of Fame stuff, so I can't make my mind upon it. I don't know. I'm being honest. I don't know. What I do know is that he's very knowledgeable. He knows more about wrestling than I'll ever know. He's seen more wrestling than I'll ever watch. He's watched a lot of Japanese wrestling, Mexican wrestling. He's obviously seen a lot of like the territory stuff as well. So I think you can learn a lot from Dave, but I think where Dave kind of hurts himself is stuff like what we saw with the AFA news, which again, it's a shame because that news, I think it came from Samu putting out this quite confusing post, which sort of suggested that he'd passed, but he hadn't quite passed. But, you know, someone in Dave's position, he should be reaching out to the family, shouldn't he? If you're going to be the top journalist in pro wrestling, if you're going to be the guy, then you've got to get that stuff right. And for him to go out and just go with the narrative and not reach out to the family, I do agree is, you know, not a great look for him. You're just part of the crowd, really, which is not what he's always said, that he's not interested in breaking that news. I have heard him say that before. I'm not interested in breaking the news. I just want to, you know, be there and like investigate it and whatever. I don't need to be the first, but I just want to, like, you know, dig into stuff and have stuff for the Observer. So he didn't need to be the first with that tweet. He didn't need to like put that out, really, which makes me wonder if it came from like a good place. I wonder if he put it out not so much for the engagement, but because he wanted to just send his condolences. He saw what people were saying, maybe even saw some people that he trusted, and so he wanted to just share his condolences. I don't know. What I can tell you is I don't have the hatred for Meltzer like a lot of people. But I don't know. I don't know how reliable he is in 2024 either. Let's put it that way. Days, I hope you're okay. Can't wait for Kevin Owens to be gone. I hate him. Okay. I don't like him, and I never will, says WWE biggest fan. Tony said, I like the Jax packs. It was a classic for a long time. Ellis Stubb said, Meltzer should handle news like that delicately. Yeah, I think he definitely made a mistake there. But it would be wrong to say that he was the only one that did it. I mean, my feed was full of people that were tweeting out that Afa had passed away. And as I said, there was a link doing the rounds to a Samu post, which was very suggestive. So I get it. I get the confusion. I'm in a very privileged position, I suppose, where I get to watch these stories unfold. I don't just see the end result. I see the backstory as well. So I don't just see Dave Meltzer posting that out of nowhere and there not being anything more to it, you know? I saw what went down. I saw the Samu post. I saw plenty of other people saying the exact same thing as Dave Meltzer. He was not alone, but he gets all the hate because he's the big guy and he's the head honcho. He's the one that's meant to be the top of the tree, the cream of the crop. He's meant to be Mr. Reliable, and he was wrong. So I get it and I agree, but I do think there's more to it than what has been reported, you know? And the pile on Dave has been pretty immense today. I don't give a shiz about who it is saying someone died without the proper info. It just makes you a scumbag, says James. Matt said, I think Dave lost credibility with most fans when his bias overran his knowledge. He stopped being honest. If he ever was completely. He also bashed a lot of good stuff, but that's just my opinion. Do you know what? I really feel like there's a video in this, you know? I really feel like there's a very interesting video. What's your opinion about Dave Meltzer? And I would put, so what's your opinion? Why is that your opinion? That's the thing that's interesting to me. Why? What is it that has happened regarding Dave Meltzer that has got you to the position that you're at, right? Because I've said my position on it is that I don't have negative feelings towards Dave. I don't care about how he rates WWE in relation to AEW, because he's come out and said and admitted that AEW style is more to what he enjoys. You know, he enjoys that style more. So you can say that it's a bias, but I see it more as a preference. You know, I see it more as a preference. He enjoys that in-ring Osprey, MJF, Lucha Bros. You know, he enjoys that. He doesn't enjoy the Miz kind of stuff, you know? He doesn't enjoy like the stuff WWE has been doing, which in all fairness, I think we can agree has drastically improved under Triple H. You know, if you go back to how Vince was booking, wrestling was not the priority. You know, the sizzle, the presentation, that was big. But the actual match quality, there was a lot of rubbish. So, you know, for Dave, he's much prefers AEW. So the way that I look at Dave's star ratings is I just look at WWE compared to WWE. And I've said that before. I look at how he rates WWE matches and I compare them to how he's rated other WWE matches. So, for example, he did not give Undertaker Shawn 5 stars. That's famous. Everyone knows that, right? So if he does give something 5 stars, I'm looking at it going, was that better than Shawn Undertaker, right? Most of the time, if not all the time, my answer is going to be no, right? Because Shawn Undertaker is my favorite match. So I can't imagine that there's going to be a match that's going to be better than that. That should have been 5 stars. That's where I have an issue with Dave. But Dave's come out and said a 4.75 is basically the same as a 5. You know, there was just at that moment he wasn't feeling it was a 5. Okay, that's his opinion. I disagree with it, but it's not a problem enough for me to hate him about it. I'm not going to hate him over a quarter of a star. But I find it a lot more interesting to go, okay, we've just had SummerSlam. Was anything there in the 4s for Dave? Was anything in there that he would regard as being, you know, a good match, like in the 4s? I don't care if he gives flipping best friends against acclaimed 5 stars. I'm not interested. That's a nonsense. That, you know, the AEW ratings are something that is separate to everything for me. There is in no way am I interested in comparing how many 5 stars AEW have got to WWE. He's already come out and said that's his preference. So I'm not bothered. Ignore. Done. Not bothered. Don't care about what he says about AEW. I don't watch it. Not interested in his thoughts on it. Not bothered. I only am interested in what he says about WWE. So for me, by doing that, I don't really have a reason to hate him. I could understand if you listened to everything he said and he was praising AEW and maybe knocking WWE, maybe that would irritate you. But I don't do that. I don't listen to what he says about AEW. I don't care. I have no interest. I'm not bothered. I don't watch the show. I don't watch AEW. I have no interest. I mean, I would be tempted to go to Wembley because I do like the Tony Storm story, to be honest, of the clips that I've seen on social media. But yeah, I don't know. Is that one of the main reasons as to why people have so fallen out with him? Is it the Jim Cornette stuff? Is that another main reason? I think there could be a really good video where we go, how do you feel about him? Why do you feel that way? Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's see what the responses say. I think I'm going to do that, you know. I'm going to do that. We won't do it tonight because obviously we'll do an opinion video on Smackdown, right? But I think what we'll do is on Saturday. So hang on. So we'll do opinion video. So tomorrow will be Smackdown opinions. Sunday we'll do a Dave Meltzer one. How about that? We'll do a Dave Meltzer one. Completely unplanned until now. So James, thank you. And we'll kind of see what people are saying. I think this will be really interesting. This is one of those videos which I would never ever think to make. I would never think to go, let's talk about, who cares, Dave Meltzer. But equally, it's something that a lot of people do talk about online. And it is something that I can kind of have like a thought about. I think this is why people feel this way. I think this is why. But it'd be so interesting to get specifics and examples and people telling me this. I hate him because of this. And that would be really interesting. So we'll do that on Sunday. Edward said, Days, how are you? I hope you are well. I've been budgeting much better. Goods. Should never be going without foods. That's it. That is it right there. Budgeting. Yeah, that is it. You know, rather than buying McDonald's or buying football shirts or whatever it might be, sitting down, looking at how much money's coming in, looking at how much money you need to space out. Goods. No one should ever be going without meals and food and stuff like that. I hope you are well, and I hope you have a good day. Please respond, and I'm going to renew my membership. Well, Edward, shout out to you. I mean, again, if the membership thing is too much, don't do it, right? Don't do it because, yeah, we have fun on the members side of things, but it's just a little extra bonus ball, you know? It's not something that people should. I never really talk about the membership side so much, you know, because I never want it to be a thing that people feel they're necessarily missing out on. The members side of thing is just, you know, people are getting a little extra for the money that they donate. So, you know, you can send in a super chat for a couple of dollars. or you can subscribe to the channel for a month for $2.99. You know, I don't even charge that much for it. It's like $2.99. I think you can go up to like $4.99, $5.99, $9.99. You can do all these different price brackets and all of that, but I'm not interested in that. I just think it's a nice way of people getting something back for donating. That's how I view it. Like, so, but it's so, and we do like a stream each week. And you get the emojis, you get your name highlighted, which actually looks a lot better now. The chat broke. The chat broke. So I've had to now change it. But it looks better. You can see the emojis a lot better. You can see the green names a lot better. So it's actually worked better that the chat broke. So I'm liking what we've got on screen now that we've fixed that. So yeah, you should never feel like you're missing out if you're not a member. I would just view it as you just get a little bit extra if you just donate like $2.99 to the channel for a month. That's it. So even if you have to miss out on that for a bit, Edward, so be it. Edward said, I do love the community though, and I'm going to rack in some more cash. Well, that's good. College is starting next week, and I do love this community. Well, that's good. You do you. You do you. Yeah, this flipping world's hard enough as it is. JB said 9 months. That is the length of pregnancy, says JB. JB, shout out to you. I feel like that means I am your son. I feel like for 9 months you have been pregnant with me, and you have officially just, right there on this stream, you have just officially pushed me out of your vagina. So JB, shout out to you. Thank you for giving birth to me. I will forever be grateful for that. God bless you. And I just need you to know I look forward to suckling on your teat. Thank you, my friends. Haley TV, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Because I think you're a girl, I can't say the same thing to you. I can get away with those comments to JB. I get arrested if I say those things to someone of the opposite sex. Baby days, said Tony. That is exactly what we're dealing with, yes. Right, I'll tell you what else we're dealing with. We're dealing with a little bit of Smackdown. That's what we're dealing with. So I need to go and get the old headphones so I can hear what the flip's going on. Boop, 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 boop. Right. So, oh my God, that is loud. Okay, so we are like 30 odd seconds away. I don't know what we're going to open the show with. I'm guessing there'll be a graphic for AFA, but we may even get a video package, actually. I'm not sure. I think they, you know, as we said yesterday, there was that post that went out by Samu. I think the writing was on the wall. I think the family knew. And, you know, I would not be surprised if there was a video package that was done in preparation. So certainly expecting something in that regards. Right. Days, do we think Roman has had a bad night tonight in order to make the young bloods look more threatening so that they can set up a proper feuds? Do I think Roman has had a bad night tonight? What do you mean in regard to being beaten up? I think it's so hard to know what we're going to get tonight because of Afa passing away. That I just don't know what plans are going to look like. I don't know if things are out the window. I don't know if we're still going to get what we were planning on getting. We're going into the great unknown right now, unfortunately. But yes, they do need to make this group look more threatening. They do need to make this group feel like more of a problem. Roman obviously destroyed them and looked fantastic last week. So we definitely need Roman to put them over. It can't be all one-way traffic. There we go. I was just having some sound problems there, but we fixed it. Right. Random Tube, shout out to you, my friends. Someone go check on Jay. That had to do some serious damage having this thing that we call days. I am a big baby. That is true, actually. That is true. It was a very difficult pregnancy. I made it difficult, actually. I could have just slid out. I could have just popped out. But I am a bit cheeky, and I was enjoying myself, to be honest. There's nothing like the warm embrace of a womb. I think we all know that. So I was quite happy being inside Jay for a little bit. What? You know, sometimes I say things, and then I hear myself saying, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're live on the internet. You go, oh yeah, that's right, yeah. Cool. Right, we have got a video pack. Jay, shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friend. Okay, we are just seeing Roman picking up that Ula Fala. And then, of course, he was attacked from behind by Tama Tonga. Ula Fala was handed over to Solo. So we're just seeing all this bloodline action. Roman Reigns with a chair beating up Tonga Loa. You want this? You're not the chief anymore. Roman holding up his finger and everyone acknowledging the only one original tribal chief. Let's go. Random Tube, shout out to you, my friend. Carla, shout out to you. Daniel Cap said, WWE think they're slick with Fatu being injured while Roman's back. Okay, we've got Corey. There we go. There's Solo. So Solo is there. Solo is there, and he's got Tama Tonga behind him. There's no Tonga Loa or Jacob, but Solo is there. No graphic for Afa. I suppose this isn't too bad for them, actually, because they're from, isn't Roman from Pensacola? So I don't know where the Anoa'i family resides. I would guess Florida. So I suppose this isn't too bad, the fact that we're in Orlando. I'd imagine it's still a drive. Oh, hello. Are we starting with Pretty Deadly? Oh, no. Tiffany Stratton. Wow, my God, look at all these decorations. Wow. We've got unicorns and balloons, and Pretty Deadly are in the ring. And she's got her Money in the Bank briefcase over her shoulder. And she's going to introduce Nia Jax. Oh my God. Nia Jax. So it was, oh my God. Wow. They're bringing her out. Oh my God. Why aren't they carrying her on their shoulders, the cowards? Eh? She's on this platform being sort of pushed out, and she's sat on a throne. Traditionally, she would be on their shoulders. Cowards. That's what they are. Cowards. Instead, they're cheating. She's coming out on some platform which does look a bit better, to be honest. Sometimes it can look a bit clunky when they're carrying the person on the shoulders. This does look smoother. It's good, though. She looks good. All in white. Very pure. And her crown is sick as well. I love her crown. Her crown, I believe, was made by Jason Baker, the same person that makes the Fiend mask. But I love that crown. It looks so dangerous. I've said it reminds me of the spikes at the top of a fence. Do you know what? It's a weird segment to open with, but there's a lot going on. Lots of decorations and there we go. Look, the championship's being put over her shoulder by Tiffany. Pretty deadly. Courtesy. Curtying. What is it? Curtsying. There we go. She's got a pink microphone. Nia is a model, said Daniel Caps. Travis said she looks like she's lost a bit of weight. Nia is bringing goddess energy, said Shweeby. She looks great. She looks great. You really shouldn't have, says Nia. I just wanted to give back after everything you've done for me. I don't know that this is quite Nia. There's an awful lot of pink. Yeah, because you're a girl. You're so good to me. But this isn't my style. Oh. It's not really her style. My style is more destruction. That's a hard theme, isn't it, really? I don't know why. The crown doesn't look like it fits as well as it did before. I like the crown a lot, but it doesn't... There's a lot of room here on the crown, which has it always been that way? I thought it fitted a lot better at SummerSlam. Nia is celebrating more than Cody. Yeah, Cody should have had this. You're right, George. You're right. You want me to bow down? Yeah? Yeah, bow down. Right now. So Tiffy said, they'll sing a song and then I'll bow down. Okay, new hit song from Pretty Deadly. Musical. Pretty Deadly, the musical. On the way. Tiffy finds someone to help her turn on Jax and cash in, says Matty. Oh, hang on, which queen? There's an ode to the queen. Here we go. You're the prettiest queen we've ever seen. That's treason. That is legit treason. I mean, we have got a number right now. They are actually singing. This is wild. I'm not sure if this qualifies as pro wrestling. I don't know. Oh, this does! Meechin! Meechin! Meechin with a kendo stick! Boom! Yes! Ah, Nia picks her up. Boom! To the midsection. Nia gets out the ring. Oh, wow. Look, it's the boob. The boob came out! A boob! Oh, my, it wasn't her actual boob. But it was, oh my, it's all happening! Oh my God! Oh my God! Wardrobe malfunction! Yes! Oh, what else do you want? We've had a song, we've had a dance, we've had a boob, we've had a kendo stick. Let's go, man. Let's go. Greatest open ever. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Greatest open ever. Wrestling is the best. Where are you going to see all of that? On a Friday night? Eh? The best. That was terrible. Shut up! Shut up, LSW. You just don't know the joy of royalty. If you was British, you would have loved that. We respect our queens. I'm sorry that you don't. Here's Carmelo. We're backstage with Naomi, Jade, and Bianca. Ooh. Who's that in the background? Just opened a door. They just threw a bit of shade on Carmelo. Isn't Andrade like 2 up on you? Someone opened a door in the background and we saw them and then they quickly closed it again, and I don't think it was really anything. It was just more something in the background, but noted. Here is Andrade Al Idolo. Averted Vision said wardrobe malfunction. She popped a titty. She popped a titty! It was the greatest moment of my life. Okay, here's Andrade making his way down. Do we know who he's facing? Is it Carmelo? Is it Carmelo? Boo, 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 boo. Have we got footage of the Meechin's titty pop? Meechin has saved us. Meechin has saved us. No one's talking about the titty pop apart from us in this community because we're the best. Right, we've gone to commercial break. Oh, man. I'm sure Meechin will comment on it because she's pretty fun online. She is pretty fun. Mia Yim getting a push. I'm very happy about, says AB Jobson. Yes. Who was that in the background, says Davids. Don't know. Maybe it was Vince trying to get back in. Agiliki. Is that how you say it, Days? Do you believe Roman will win the Bloodline tonight after his uncle passed away? Well, I don't think he's in a match. So I don't know what to expect, to be honest. Have they even mentioned that Roman's around? I mean, obviously we saw Solos there, so I would think Roman's there. And I would imagine it'll be business as usual. I don't think, if he's there, I don't think they'll change what was planned. We do need to give Solo some comeback, don't we? And we know that Roman is not around next week. They said he's around for the first couple of weeks, and then I think he's back in September, so I don't know, do you beat Roman down and then have him go away for a little bit and then need to find some support? You know, is tonight the night he realizes he can't do it by himself? Don't know. I don't know that after passing away changes anything, to be honest, other than he may mention it, like when he gets in the ring and gets a microphone. And there's bound to be a video package of some description. Apparently Roman Solo is ending the show, says James. Thank you, James. Corey mentioned earlier Roman is here, says Brony. Very good. So, I mean, if he's around, then I don't really expect things to change. So could it be that he gets outmaneuvered tonight then? Let's wait and see. Do we expect Jimmy to return tonight, said Batman Big Fan. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, he could do, but the only thing is, with Roman not around next week, what would Jimmy do? What would Jimmy do? I mean, what you could do is bring Jimmy back this week and then just film a backstage segment and play that next week, you know? Roman could be on the show next week, but not be on the show, you know? So, am I expecting Jimmy tonight? I'm going to say no. I'm not expecting him tonight. We could get him, though. We answered that one. Do we think Cody Roman Part 3? Yeah, eventually. I don't think it's anytime soon, though. Jacob is going to save Solo from Roman, said Word of Wrestling. Word of Wrestling, hello. Matty said, can someone explain the mask he wears? I know luchas don't take their masks off for a certain reason behind the mask. What? Whose mask? Whose mask? Whose mask? Neither Andrade nor Santos wear a mask. He wears one as like an entrance thing. But that's not like a lucha thing. That's just like part of his entrance gear. And he hasn't always wore it as well. Right. We are back. Obviously, it is Fanatics Fest this weekend. They are slow cooking, Andrade, said AB. When do we think Heyman comes back, says Connor? I would have thought he would have been back already, to be honest, buds. Apparently, he was at SummerSlam. So, apparently he was at SummerSlam, but we didn't actually see him, which I think is very surprising. It seems like he must still be selling the effects of the beatdown. So, he'll be back. But we know this story's got a long way to go. I mean, we need to get the band back together, and perhaps that's going to be part of the process. Okay, they're just showing us... is this the basketball guys? Tyrese and Halliburton getting in a wrestling ring. Okay, I don't get this. Ray and a special guest tag team partner tomorrow. So he's going to do a special entrance at Fanatics Fest with a special tag team partner, but they're not actually having a match. They're just doing an entrance. Okay. I mean, I'm sure it'll be someone like, I don't know, some Tom Brady or whatever. I'm sure it'll play well on social. It's great for me and Unseen, in all fairness. Okay, so here comes Carmelo. So Andrade Carmelo is going to be our first match. Let's go. It's going to be Snoop, said Nita Nitro. Days, this time Roman will do a different segment. Good luck, Days. King regards. Avzel, shout out to you, sir. Ronnie said, I miss the rivals as a kid that got me hyped, like Cena, JBL, Eddie, Chris Benoit, Triple H, HBK. We could be that next. Who could be that next group of people? Braun, Breaker, Gunther. Well, I mean, yeah, you're looking at like, you're looking at your top stars, aren't you? I mean, Cody, Roman, maybe in that bracket. Certainly if they face for a third time. Because, I mean, they've just main evented 2 WrestleManias in a row, and I think we will get the third. So, I mean, you know, that could certainly be in the mix. Who knows about Rock Roman? And, you know, what's going to come of that, because that's obviously going to be a big feud. I mean, I suppose this year you would look at Drew Punk as an example this year. Obviously, Rhea Liv is another example from this year. But if you want to look into the future, I think the stars that we're most excited about, Trick Williams when he comes up, Bron Breakker, of course, Austin Theory, I think, has still got a bright future, Grayson Waller, Bron Breakker, you know, those are the kind of names, Gunther, you know, those are the kind of names that we're looking at. So you kind of put them into different combinations. I just think it's a little bit different, to be honest, because WWE is in a slightly different place than it was back in the Attitude Era. It's in a different place now. Back then, you had these massive stars, and I feel like we're in the process of building a lot of new stars. We're in a transitional period. We're in a good transitional period, though, because we've got a lovely blend. We've got legends like Roman and Seth, and CM Punk, you know, like we've got legends, and, you know, The Rock being around as well. not long ago we had Edge, we've still got Randy Orton, we've still got Rey Mysterio. So you've got these legends. Then you've got, you know, established stars. Your Drew McIntyre, who I don't know if he qualifies as a legend, but you've got like Drew, and you've got, say, Finn Balor, and you've got Kevin Owens. You know, you've got that level. I don't know that you can put them in a Randy Orton level, but you've got that level. And then you've got those people that are coming through. You know, dare I say, your Damian Priests, who find themselves in main event scene now. Bron Breakker, who will be knocking on that door. Gunther. So, you know, I kind of feel like back in the day, you had, like, bigger stars, but maybe there wasn't quite the same depth that we've got now. We've got more depth now. Back then, you had Kane, you had Undertaker, you had Triple H, you had Shawn Michaels, you had The Rock, you had Stone Cold, you had Kurt Angle, you know? You had a really good main event scene. But I would say underneath was a bit weaker. I would say that there's more depth to the roster now. But the downside is maybe we don't have stars that are quite as big. Outside of Roman, who dominates everyone, of course. So it's just a different time, really. But I think you can look at this year and point at Liv, Rhea. I think Rhea Bianca is a monster feud waiting to happen. We've been waiting for that for ages. Ages. We know that next year is going to be dominated by John Cena. Plenty of John Cena matches next year. As we continue building up Braun. Building up Ilya Dragunov. Bringing up Trick Williams. Grayson Waller developing. Johnny Gargano, as soon as he breaks out from DIY, I've got high hopes for him. He killed it in NXT. Andrade goes to the outsides. Dominic, who knows what Dominic will go on to become? I mean, he might not set the world on fire in regards to his matches, but he's a big personality, isn't he? He gets, genuine reactions. We are at commercial break. Not a bad open to this match, by the way, but just the usual affair as we settle into a groove. Bianca needs to get out of that tag team. Yeah, her against Rhea will be monstrous. That'll be absolutely huge. Her against Jade will be big as soon as Jade's ready. And when Raquel comes back, I think we can do some really fun stuff. And you've still got Asuka around. You've still got Bayley around. We may bring Becky around back. We might have Charlotte obviously returning. I mean, I don't know. We've got such a blend. Such an interesting blend. It's funny because when the Attitude Era came in, it kind of felt like we hit the reset, really. I feel like if you look at the new generation and then look at what we got in the Attitude Era was just this monster that sort of stood on its own. Like, during the new generation, like, Stone Cold was the ringmaster. And he did become Stone Cold before the Attitude Era, but Attitude Era is obviously where he makes his name, right? He was ringmaster before that. And Triple H was Hunter Hearst Helmsley in the new generation. And, like, Shawn Michaels was in the new generation, but he's not in the Attitude Era. I mean, he's done by early 98. So if Attitude Era is the end of 97 to 2001, right, when WCW goes out of business, Shawn Michaels misses all of that due to injury. Bret Hart leaves at the end of 97. He goes to WCW. So he's not around. So if you actually look at Attitude Era, it's this weird kind of rebranding, really. It completely changes what WWE was there. And a lot of stars are different as well. Look at The Rock. He comes in 96, Rocky Maivia. And, all right, you know, by the time we get into 97, we're changing him to The Rock. But Attitude Era is pretty much where he makes his name. Same with Stone Cold's. You know, Mankind flipping over, goes into Attitude Era, but becomes, you know, Mick Foley. And I kind of feel like a lot changed. It was just completely like a new company arrived, really, for the Attitude Era. Whereas what we're seeing now is more evolution. We haven't had that massive reset. Even Triple H taking over wasn't a massive reset. He continued doing things very similar to how Vince did. Took away some of the rubbish and some of the rematches, but everything feels very similar to how it was in 2021, 2022. You know, we've got different presentation, if you will, in regards to like camera angles and coming through Gorilla, but we haven't like just completely changed a load of characters. You know, I kind of feel like we are evolving and the show is just naturally growing, and we've got like legends and mid-card and youngsters, and it's just it's so hard to compare to how it was, because Attitude Era was just this complete separate new company, really. It might as well have not been WWE. Oh, they're up top, Spanish Fly, boom! Connects. WWE have turned a corner, said Ellis. The product is night and day compared to 2018. It feels like an upgraded company, like they've unlocked the next level. I think we've evolved, but I think it goes back to the point that I just made. I don't think that you can look at WWE and see a change that was as drastic as 97 to 98. The difference between 97 and 98 is vast. And the way that, you know, we found Attitude and we went into an Attitude Era was, you know, was quite striking. I don't think we've had a change as drastic as that. But you are correct. If you compare to where we are or were 6 years ago, we're in a different place. Right, we are back to the action, and we've got a really fun match here. These two always put on a fun contest. So, lovely cutter there by Carmelo, and a very close pinfall as well. Carmelo going to the outside. He's climbing up and he's perched. Comes down. Looks like he was going for that leg drop. Couldn't get it. He's got Andrade rolled up. Oh, kick out by Andrade. Love that. Love that pin where he uses his legs. Reversed by Carmelo, who goes against the ropes. Knee to the side of the head. Andrade goes down. You can see him just saying a few words there too. Ah, Carmelo, who went against the ropes, but spinning back elbow, shoulder up. Mate, that was sick. That is like, you know, the RKO out of nowhere. That spinning back elbow out of nowhere that should be his finisher. That should have put Carmelo away. Bang! That is sick. That is sick. This match is awesome, said Mitchell. Prince Bowie said these guys are working. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Andrade goes over to the corner. He's up top. Moonsault lands on his feet. Grabs Carmelo round the houses. Thought he was going for a tombstone. Doesn't. Double underhooks. No. Over the top. Oh, lovely pin by Carmelo. Gets it. Wow. Carmelo gets it. Carmelo gets it. And Andrade is shocked. Carmelo needed that, you know. He needed that. He's taken a few L's recently, and he needed to get the better of Andrade in this one. So I don't mind that. It was a really good contest, back and forth. And he's going over and he's trash-talking Andrade. Yeah, that was good. Is Andrade going to, like, snap or something? Yeah, he's waving away. Look, he's applauding. What's he want? What's he doing? Oh, there we go. He hits him, and now they're brawling. Takedown by Andrade. Andrade's patience had very much been tested. LS Dub said it was a tremendous match. Sis said, I liked all the move countering. It was very good. It was very good. Let them fight at the chance. And we've got officials trying to separate the wrestlers. Jason Jordan is in there. Crowd are chanting, let them fight. And they have to be separated. Let them fight. Let them fight. Right, we're backstage with Solo. Backstage with Solo. When Roman gets in the ring, I'm going to rip him apart. Solo said, I appreciate it. But I'm the tribal chief now. If Roman takes this back from me, then he becomes the tribal chief. And you will acknowledge him. And I will acknowledge him too. But that's if he can take these back from me. Loud, we want Roman chants. What I don't understand with that is, if he just snatches them, does that mean he's tribal chief? Because I don't really like that. It would make more sense for them to do tribal combat and to actually put the Ulafala on the line, you know, and to lead to a match. Roman versus Solo with the Ulafala on the line, you know. Here is Naomi. Naomi making her way down to the ring. Yeah, that would be my concern, really. I don't want this to be like whoever's got them is in charge. Because that's not really, you know, how it should work. It should be that the elders and everyone agrees who's the tribal chief, and then they have that position of power. So if there's a dispute, you work it out with tribal combat, don't you? That's kind of what we've learned. So surely we head to a match, and it's not just going to be, I've got them now. Does that mean if I grab them, I can be the tribal chief? Imagine if James Ellsworth grabs them and then his tribal chief. Okay, Naomi is in the ring. Naomi against Blair Davenport as we go to commercial break. Paul Heyman is probably going to return soon, says Johnny. I would think so. I would think so. I hope we get another Giovanni, a.k.a. the next Sammartino. The next Sammartino. You're right. This is the closest we've come to another Bruno Sammartino. Paul Heyman had them many times, said Trent. Do you know what? It turns out he was tribal chief all along. Oh, hello. Look at this. Look at this. Shout out to who tags me in this? Billy, Pushkin Kota. No fan signs allowed in the Kia Center. Triple H, WTF. They took everyone's signs, even little kids. What do they say? That one just seems to say we want Roman. What the flip? What the flip? What's up with that? That is a shame. I don't. Maybe that's just an arena thing or something. I don't know. They've had enough WWE shows. They should know that that's fine. Yeah. Don't know. LS Dub said that's probably something with the arena, not WWE. Honestly, that opening match was so good. I hope the rivalry leads to a huge match between them. Right, Days, here's a good question. Do you think Jey Uso gets traded to SmackDown, Bloodline 2.0, jumps Jey, and have a return of Jimmy to fight the Bloodline? I think that Jimmy and Jey will line up with Roman. I don't expect them to join up with Solo. I think, you know, like most people, we are going to get the OG Bloodline against the new Bloodline. So that would mean that Jimmy and Jey join up with Roman Reigns. So that's the direction that I think it's going. I think most people are thinking it goes that way, to be honest. HQ, last kicker. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying the show. And I hope you enjoyed that first match. We're about to have a look and see if other people enjoyed that first match by looking at the scores, which I am going to do right now. So, all-time great, good, bads. Wow, 58% great, 25% good, 12% all-time, 3% bad. So I always add, if it's great, great and all-time together, that gives us great 70%. That's good. That's a really good score. So opening match, definitely delivering for us. Definitely delivering. BBB Yipsy said, Days, who do we think, hello by the way, who do we think is the next surprise wrestler to show up? Maybe Charlotte makes a return soon. Yeah, Charlotte, Alexa, of course. We know that she's in the mix. Apparently Raquel Rodriguez is back in training as well. So definitely her. Hikuleo has signed. We believe he's going to go under the name of Tala Tonga. So he is also expected. Down in NXT, Julia, Stephanie Vacour. Those are expected. Motor City Machine Guns are rumoured. Don't know what's happening with the Lucha Bros anymore. I'm not bothered. Daniel Garcia, there was word about him potentially coming in. Don't know what's happening there either. So, I mean, there's a few, to be honest. There's a few that could be on their way back. We didn't do really... It was only Roman, wasn't it, at SummerSlam? So, lots of potential returns, surprises for the rest of the year. Right, we are doing progressive match flow. This is... Yes, it is. It is Giovanni. Let's go. Let's go. I'm adding another victory. When I step into the ring, it is not just to compete, it is to win. I'm living the dream, traveling the world, and facing every challenge head on. My next goal, to conquer SmackDown and show the world what I'm all about. There's rumours of us going to Italy for a premium live event, and there's people thinking this is why he's getting this push now, so that they've got like an Italian star. She's still dancing! Naomi doing some of this. A little bit of that. Little bit of that. Okay, here's Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport. We haven't really got going with Blair, have we? Didn't she lose the other week, which was a bit disappointing? From Wellington, New Zealand. Vinci is great in the ring. I hope his single run works, says Brony. They're keeping him away from Gunther and Ludwig, says Albert. Giovanni has a great video. It's very James Bond, said Sis. Edward said, have you got an interesting story that happened during your week this week? An interesting story that happens during my week this week. Not really. Not really. I went to the cricket last week. That was pretty fun. Met a couple of cricketers. That was nice. But no, not really much this week. My auntie did come round, which was nice. Only see her once a year at Christmas. She came round. We ended up going out to grab something to eat. And we ended up having this dessert. Oh, there's Roxanne Perez in the crowds. NXT Women's Champion. Yeah, we ordered like this mega sundae thing. Didn't really think much of it. Came like this. It's flipping huge. I mean, we said, oh, we'll get it and we'll just share. But there was like 4 of us, like, crying ice cream. It was meant to. It was only like £6. £6. Thought like, you know, we'll get it and share it. My dad was there. My mum was there. My auntie was there. In the end, all 4 of us were like crying. Crying as we were eating all these flipping scoops of ice cream. Okay, we are underway with Naomi against Blair Davenport. Naomi over by the ropes. You had a Mexican-German paper cake. I haven't, but I would definitely try one of those. Days, Kiana James is non-existent. Well, no, I think she does exist. On the main roster, should have kept her in NXT with Izzy Dame. Yeah, it is crazy to call her up and not have anything for her. I do agree. Okay, so Naomi, with her booty, knocking Blair Davenport down. Guys, you can save 25% at WWE Shop. Or 15% if you use Days 15. Naomi jumping to the outside, landing on Blair. And Blair goes down. There's a guy in the crowd with a sign that says, "Hi, Wendy." Naomi going up top. In my mind, is shouting out AJ Styles' wife. And it's going to be a big feud. Oh, that crossbody was a bit high. She crossbodied Blair Davenport's head. Oh, hello, what's going on? We got a bit of a Justin. Bit of a Justin going on. So she crossbodied. And then was there a little bit of a... No, she was all right. I don't think there was any kind of issue there. She did do a bit of this, though, honestly. Whew. Solo versus Roman. One of WrestleMania 41, says Afzal. Whoever wins will face Cody Rhodes for the WWE Universe. Oh, what, you think do that? So... What, Roman, Solo, night 1, winner faces Cody, night 2? Don't know, to be honest, bud, because I think we're going to get Cody against The Rock. So, do you do Cody Rock night 1 as well as Roman Solo? Don't know. Did you see Brock Lesnar's new photo? He looks like he's lost a lot of muscle, says Batman Big Fan. Hello, Batman Big Fan. I did, yeah. It was a bit difficult to tell because he had a couple of guys standing like right next to him, but he did look a little slimmer, I do agree. But I don't know. He's been through a lot, innit? I'd imagine he's had a lot on his mind. I mean, I'm not saying like, you know, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I don't really know what happened there. But you could imagine it's been a tough time for him. Edward said, real question. Okay. Do we think Naomi becomes a world champion again? To me, she should. I agree. But the way they're using her, it doesn't look good. I'm thinking first ever women's mid-card. Thoughts? Well, I think she would definitely get a hold of that belt. Whether she'd be the first, I'm not sure. But I think she'd definitely get a run with a mid-card belt. I could definitely see her holding the tag titles. I think she should be a world champion, but I think whenever they've put the belt on her, it's not been the best. I don't think like she shifts merch or... Well, she shifts merch, but I don't think she shifts loads of merch. You know, she's not Rhea, for example. But then, have you ever really put her in a good enough story, you know? I mean, look, if she was in the bloodline, she'd be crazy over. If she was backstage with Roman and Jimmy and she was like having segments with Jimmy and having little moments where she's like, don't let him speak to you like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could do something with Naomi. She's good in the ring. So I feel really sorry for her because she just goes out there and tries her best and does what's asked of her. And I don't know. I think it's one of those where sometimes if you say yes to everything and you're a good person and you're like not rocking the boat, you sort of get walked on a little bit. You know, and I think that's kind of her. She'll do whatever you ask of her. I think she's a lovely person, and I think sometimes you can find yourself being like, oh, Naomi will do that. We need someone for this. Yeah, Naomi will do that. She'll be up for it. She's having real trouble with her top here, isn't she? She keeps she's having real trouble with it. So, she's constantly pulling at it, constantly adjusting it, and she's having real trouble with her outfit today. So, yeah, I would love for them to put the world title on her, but I do think the creative needs to be there, and I don't think we've really ever given her good enough creative. Back elbow by Naomi. We're at nearly 50 minutes in. Kick to the midsection. Big right hands. AB Jobson said Naomi is old news. Rick said, Days, who's your favourite on the current roster? Who's yours, Rick? Who is yours? Do you know Jacob's quickly becoming mine? It's a bit too early to say that, but I think the impact that he's made has been phenomenal. Love Gunther, love Sammy, love Elia. I love people that make me believe in what I'm seeing. I love people that lay it in. I love people that when you're watching their matches, you're like, oh, like that back elbow from Andrade that looks so good. I love that. Those are the things that make me fall in love with wrestlers. I want to, I don't like all this prancing around, all these gymnastics that then don't... I've said before, you can do all these gymnastics, but the connection... You can do the flips, but at the end of it, you're going to do something, yeah? It's going to be a punch, or it's going to be a clothesline, or whatever it's going to be. That connection at the end needs to be good. And that's the problem a lot of the time, is they'll do these gymnastics... And at the end, the end result, the clothesline at the end, the punch at the end, whatever it might be, is really wispy. It's really wishy-washy. It doesn't have that... Oh, Blair finally gets the pin. I didn't expect that to be the finish, but Blair gets the pin. I feel like Naomi really struggled with her ring gear there, and I'm not just saying it. She was constantly pulling at it, and I think it was a real distraction for her. To the point where afterwards on Talking Smack, I think she could even use it as an excuse. She could even say that she was having to battle with it so much that she felt like she had two opponents. Blair Davenport and her own boobs. Because I think it was a real distraction for her. Right, we are backstage with A-Town Down Under. This is a huge opportunity for you. What are you so worried about? This is why the bloodline is so dominant, because Kevin fails all the time. This is a new Kevin Owens. Oh, look at him. He's standing right behind Grayson. He's done. He's finished. You're right. I told them I don't deserve this. I'm a loser. I might have even lost to you. I'm not sure. Did you call me an easy dub? I agree. Let's go prove it. Let's go out there and I'll prove you right. Let's go. You're going to be there too. Let's go. Oh, that was great. That was great, because that gives me hope that we're going to see a real fired up Kevin Owens. That gives me hope that this is a Kevin Owens that is going to absolutely batter Grayson Waller. That was good. That was really good. Mitchell said, I live in Central Florida. The Kia Center, it doesn't allow signs larger than 11 inches by 17 inches. It's on their own policy site. Oh, you can't expect kids to read a Kia Center policy site. Here's a video thing for AFA. Jeez. Hello, welcome to the Kia Center. Have you read our policy site? Well, I know you might only be 7 years old and you've got a sign that says we want Roman, but I'm afraid you should have read our policy. Oh, sit down. Sit down. Sit down, Kia Center. Don't you go standing up for them, Mitchell. It's flipping 5-year-olds crying. Talk about fun police. I've got a sign that says R.I.P. AFA. No, I'm sorry. Did you read our policy? Tracy, have you got a measuring? Have you got a tape measure, Tracy? Thank you. I'm afraid that's 18 inches, and we only allow 17. So I've got to confiscate this. Can I just cut an inch off the? No, I'm sorry. We don't allow scissors. They're too dangerous. Have a lovely time at the wrestling. Also, just before you go, I just wanted to let you know it's fake. Everything you're going to see tonight is fake. Yes, right. Video package for AFA and very much deserved. It's lovely, actually, because they're showing him as the manager of the Head Shrinkers as well, which was when I first saw him, when he was manager of the Head Shrinkers. And Batista just talking about training with AFA. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's probably when we last saw him with Roman. He will always, picture of him with The Rock, always be known as a pillar of the Anoa'i legacy. Take care of each other and trust in God. In memory of AFA Anoa'i, 1943 to 2024. Lovely video package. They do those so well. I've said before though, it's such a shame that that is the only time we get those types of video packages. Why should someone have to pass away before we get to watch a video package like that? Like, why can't we celebrate people when they're alive? Why do we have to do it when they've passed away? That does not seem quite right to me personally, but at least they are acknowledged at some point. Okay, so seems like that last match was not massively appreciated. Good 86%. Amethyst said, I love how the Anoa'i family believe in God. Days, Orlando is the site of one of the largest mass shootings. We don't play around. No big signs. No scissors. No nonsense. That's right, Jason. That is right. Because 8-year-olds with signs is exactly the same thing. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like, I don't know. Should you have a limit on the size of a sign? Probably. Do you have to draw that line somewhere? But I don't know. Could we have a bit of common sense? Could we have a bit of common sense? I mean, we had signs all throughout the Attitude Era. We've had signs all throughout the, you know, the signs that are in wrestling arenas all around the world. Like, I don't know, why are we taking them away tonight? Why are we taking them away from kids? Nah, not for me. Good point. Let's celebrate them while they're here, says Matt. Batman Big Fan said, what do we think of CM Punk's last AEW collision? I don't know, but I didn't watch it. I'm not really interested. I don't really care for, like, AEW, like, collision. I never watched it when it was on, so I ain't going to watch any clips of it now. King Yeti said, those brats don't need signs. That's all they've got. That's all they've got. They were probably spent a week making that at home, and now that's it. Rick says, on a lighter note, the Reds. Lighter note from what? Xerxes, great debut. I saw the goal. I don't know how much. I know he got man of the match. I don't know how much he contributed. But the one contribution that matters, he delivered. So I agree. I agree. Joshua said, today is my birthday and I'm turning 12. Are you going to watch UFC tomorrow or not? I'm 12, said Joshua. Happy 12th birthday, Joshua. Don't go to Florida. You won't be able to take a sign. Many congrats, Joshua. Many congrats. Am I watching UFC? I am. But you can't join us because you're not old enough. Days, do you think Raw will stay 3 hours? I believe so, yeah. I believe so. It doesn't have to, though, in all fairness. I mean, it's 3 hours on TV to fill a schedule. There is no schedule, is there? Netflix won't really care if it's 2 hours or 3 hours. It doesn't make any difference. You've got to subscribe to watch whatever you get. So it doesn't have to be 3 hours. But I just think they're set up for 3 hours. They got the roster for 3 hours. I don't know. Could you make the argument that they could actually cut a few wrestlers, though, and save some money? I'm sure they'd love that. I'm sure they'd love to do that. Saving money. But do you think we will see Roman Cody? And God bless Afa's soul, says Avzel. Yes, I do. I don't know that we see it anytime soon because I think Roman's going to have quite a bit on his plate. But yeah, I do think we see that match. Okay, Kevin against Grayson. We're moving into what I like to call, I don't know what you call it, but I call it hour 2. And we are heading into that right now. Tony Khan pulled a Brian Alvarez, said Amy Jobson, and has said his announcement was imminent, but hasn't said anything. I read that earlier. Who do you think Roman will speak to the... I hope he does, Matt. I hope he does. I know we just had that video package, but it would be lovely to hear from Roman about it. So I think that would be nice, but you know, I mean, look, he might not want to. It might be a bit too emotional. It might be, do you know what I mean? I mean, I think it's his uncle, isn't it? So, you know, if my uncle had passed away and I was on TV and they said, do you want to say a few words? I mean, I'd like to think I could, but equally I'm not 100% certain I could. So, I don't know, we'll have to see. Whatever. Okay, here is Grayson. So we just got these two talking backstage, and I think it really has set this up. I'm quite excited for this. Days, when do we think we see Hikuleo? Oh, I think it'll be relatively soon. He's been signed for quite a while. I don't know that it'll be tonight, but it could be. But I do think it'll be relatively soon. I think what we're going to see is both sides, you know, increasing their numbers. But that's obviously going to be a process. But the next person to come in for the new bloodline will be Hikuleo. Or at least I believe so. So we might just have to get Roman to add some people first. Right, Ethan Page is in the crowd. We saw Roxanne in the crowd earlier. She's the women's champ. Ethan Page is the NXT champ. Should be Trick Williams, but you know, whatever. We're obviously in Orlando. The Performance Center is right there. Do we think Uncle Howdy has a chance against big men like Roman? Oh, he's definitely got a chance. I don't know when their paths will cross. Here we go. Look, Kevin Owens stomping away. Kevin Owens stomping a mud hole in Grayson. Grayson with some knees to the midsection. Oh, lovely shot there by Grayson. He's got Kevin. Reverse. Against the ropes goes. Ah, look at that. Boom. Oh, Anna. Yes. Crotch chop. Kevin Owens goes over to the corner. KO looking to charge. Oh, no joy. Rolls out the ring to the outside. Runs around. Boom. Clothesline. Down goes Grayson. With a clothesline. He's coming over. Grabs him. Hurls him into the barricades. I really like Grayson. I don't think we've seen the best out of Grayson. I think this tag team really is just getting Grayson settled. But when he's on his own and he'll have his Grayson Waller effect show. And he'll be kind of a bit more of a snarky kind of Miz. I'm thinking he'll be a bit more of a credible Miz. Bit more of a snarky Miz. He's gone into the crowd. He's applauded himself. Takes a seat on the security guy's chair. There's Kevin Owens popping up behind him. That's very Keith Lee from NXT, isn't it? Grabs him. Hurls him back over the barricades. Boom. Clothesline. Down goes Theory. Theory goes into the timekeeper's area. Boom. Big shot there by Grayson Waller. Kevin Owens goes into the ring post. Oh, DDT. DDT. Trying to get back up to his feet, gets thrown into the ring. Grayson gets in there. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Kevin. Ah, shots coming in. Shots raining down by Grayson Waller. Waller in control. Backs over to the corner. Decent crowd. Some decent noise being made. Elbow drop. 1, 2. 2 count. Days, hear me out. When you decide to give up YouTube, you have to let your legacy live on. Let one of the community members run things when you retire in 40, 50 years, as you're only 21. That is true, actually. I am only 21. I'm not worried about 40, 50 years' time. Shots coming in. I wonder if I did that, would I get a graphic at the start of the... If I retire and hand the channel over to someone, would I get a graphic at the start when I pass away? I wonder if I'd get a video package. Shot coming in by Kevin. Headbutts as well. Boom! Owens perched up top. Oh, Swanton comes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Grayson. Crowd are really into this, you know. Really into this. Look at that. That was great, though. That was great. Rick said, face Roman means a definite comment on the passing of Afa. Surely. Could do. Could do. Grayson goes over to the outsides. It's just if he can, or do you know what I mean? As I said, it's stunner. Stunner by Kevin. I do like Jessica's reaction there. Jessica was like, are you going to pin him? What we're going to do? He grabs a hold of Grayson. Pop-up powerbomb coming! Boom! Gets it! Kevin! 1, 2, 3. Well, not so easy, Dub, apparently. Not so easy, Dub. So, match score. Pretty Deadly, musical, or We Riot sign in the crowds. So, we're just seeing a replay. Oh, he chucks him to the outside into the prime hydration station. You want the old KO? You want the old KO? Here we go. Ah, Theory makes the save. Theory makes the save. He was just shouting, you want the old KO? You want the old KO? He was about to powerbomb him onto that commentary table. Couple of chairs. Here we go. Theory and Grayson. Is someone going to make the save? Cody, maybe? Cody. Super obvious. But here's Cody Rhodes making his way down. Did he have to bring the belt? Did he need to bring the belt? He comes running down with the champion. It looked a bit awkward. I just left it, to be honest. Even if someone stole it, there's loads. Just get a replica, don't matter. So, there we go. He gets in the ring with a chair. Kevin standing behind him with a chair, but Kevin throws the chair away. Let's not get any mixed messages. Belt is down. This might be the real reason as to why it's in there. Thank you. Cody chants. Kevin picks up the belt. Kevin picks up the belt. He's going to give it to him. He's having a little look at it first. And he gives it to Cody. Pats him on the back. Walks away. So Kevin, just, you know, mentally getting where he needs. That's his opponent. He's got a big opportunity. He could win that championship. He thanks Cody, gives him the belt. But there's a little edge there. It's a little edge. Backstage with Solo and the Ula Fala. There's Tama. I do like this. These are the segments we've needed, by the way. Tribal Chief. Little pat on the back of the neck. Tonight, Roman. Roman needs to acknowledge me. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I hope that goes well for you, Solo. OTC chat. The OTC thing's really working, isn't it? OTC. I think they might have seen CEO. I think they've seen CEO in AEW and they've gone, yeah. They've seen DMD and they've seen CEO and they've gone, we need some of that. OTC. 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 Gunther. They'll wait till after Berlin to turn in. They need to get 2 matches out of this feud, said LS Dub. Why doesn't Owens tribal queef? What's that in the distance? It's a halftime song, said Tony K. Well, we can play it. I always find we never quite go to commercial break at halftime or exactly at halftime anymore. But we are still just 10 minutes past, so we're close enough.
Scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Okay, people getting their scores in. Ethan said 6.5 to 7.5. Dormouse69 said 776. Tingling hello with a 6. Batman Big Fan with a 7. Average Nick said 4, boring. Spartan says 5. Blue Chew, hello, said 6. Stone 9540, hello with a 7. Batman Big Fan again with a 7. Desperate to be read out. Greg with an 8. Higgy with a 6. Batman Big Fan again with a 7. Then we got Charles saying OTC merch is going crazy. Matt said you should just get that recorded. That's a good shout. Derek said I'll still sing it at work and it's the greatest song of all time. I never hear it. I'd never heard that. Every time it plays, it never plays for me. So it's been a long time since I've heard it. I know whenever I do hear it, I'm like, oh my God, I could do that so much better. But then I never do. I would love to do a full video and everything for it, but I'm just way too lazy. Is it bad that I was hoping Kevin would smack Cody with the chair, says David. Yes, David, that is bad. Dort Knight said 5.5. Upila said, where's Tongaloa? Oh, he's probably botched. Do you know what I mean? He's probably gone to Tampa. They probably said see you in Florida and he's gone to Tampa. Cherie said 7.5. Ramona with a 7. Mike said 3-0 Liverpool. Lugan Cress with a 7. Deadman Talking with an 8. Trippy Gary says 39. Cullen with an 8. Jack with a 6. Alex with a 6. Haley TV said 7.5. 7.5. It's not a bad show tonight. Higgy with a 6. Batman Big Fan said the Bloodline segment tonight needs at least 20 minutes. Word of Wrestling with a 5. Brian said, how long do you think it'll be until AJ returns? Oh, not long. Apparently he was there the other week. They just didn't think it was the right week to bring him back. They just didn't quite have the right creative for him. Titus in the crowds. Wrestling with Fatherhood, a new book coming out from Titus. Okay, he looks like a player, doesn't he, with his shades and whatnot? Everybody, oh my God, we got the primetime players track playing. Oh, here's Santos, here's Electra. We're going out for a meal. Oh no. This. Seems we've got complacent. This is good. We've been undermined week after week. Don't allow them to make you forget who you are. And who we are. That's not just, it is just a name. That's a legacy. And we will not have it diminished. No Senior. It's going to take the LA Championship, the United States Championship from LA Knight. Don't think he will. I don't think he will. You know what needs to be done. They're all smiles. Basura. Basura. With everybody saying Escobar. Don't mind that. It's alright, that is. It's quite NXT, isn't it? Get those kind of things. Not so much actually anymore, but you used to get them a lot in NXT. Yeah. Let's go. Well. LA Knight making his way down to the ring. LA Knight. Dun, 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 dun. Loud, man. Escobar. It's good, isn't it, actually? I don't mind that. Escobar. See. See. Okay, here's LA Knight. We are well into the second hour. Days, what do you think of Thamiyoko Fatu? Who the hell's that? I don't know who all these ooses are. If they ain't in WWE, I ain't watching them. There's ooses coming out from everywhere. LA Night Chant. They just confirmed we ain't getting the family on the main roster. It was quite family feeling, wasn't it? All right. Okay, so he stayed in the entranceway. My God, did that look like a fun dinner to be at? It did look very boring, actually. All he's doing is trying to be like me. I'm going to knock your little churro into the dirt. I've never had churros, you know. You're talking about the nation's capital meeting the nation's champ. I haven't got time to worry about a cross-eyed half-wit calling me trash. This trash will put you on your ass. I like him doing this promo in the entranceway. It doesn't take up as much time because he hasn't got to go all the way to the ring. He can just come out, do it, done, lovely. Is he going to get attacked from behind now? Okay, we're backstage. There's Nicole. There's Meechin. There's Chelsea Piper. Thank you so much for ruining that fugly celebration. We tried to warn Tacky Time. Can I call you Mimi? No. Can I call you Mimi? No. She's got a WWE Women's Championship match. Chelsea goes in to see Nicole this. Oh, Nia attacks Mimi! Oh my God, Mimi down! Mimi down! Nicoldis says he wants to see Nia. Oh, it's all happening here. Street Profits. Here we go. Street Profits making their way out. Okay, are they taking on DIY? This match should be good. The Robot Montez. The Robot Montez. God, I so loved that moment on Unseen. It's one of my favourite moments, you know. I've actually got a clips channel now. I started it the other day because there's so many clips from Unseen and streams and whatnot that I really love. I've said before, like, it doesn't really matter how long it takes you to get to something that is entertaining. Like, I think with, like, the Wrestling Escape Pod, we do an hour-long show, and, you know, sometimes we go down some roads that aren't that entertaining. I'll be the first to say that. But sometimes we hit golds. And, you know, I think that's the same with, like, streams and Unseen and whatever. Like, there's some great moments that you can pull out. So I think there's a real need for a clips channel. And that was always what the second channel was going to be, but it never worked that way. But I'm going to really try and do that now. And I'm definitely going to pull out that moment with the whole Montez being a robot thing. Mental. Batman Big Fan said, Famiko Fatu is the brother of the Usos and Solo. We could see him in WWE, maybe joining Roman's bloodline. Don't care. I've said before, I just don't care about these Usos that I don't know. I mean, bring them in by all means, but you need to then introduce them. I think we've really dropped the ball with Solo's bloodline because I don't know anything about Tama Tonga. I don't know anything about Tonga Loa, and I don't really care about them either. I mean, I enjoyed watching them when they were the Gorillas of Destiny, but we've done really little to nothing with them in WWE. We need more backstage segments like what we've been getting tonight, but we've needed that for months. So it's great that we're doing it now, and I hope we continue to do it. But we really haven't had much out of them. As I've said, they feel to me like a glorified J&J Security. They feel to me like the Singh brothers. They just take bumps. You know, I mean, I don't think Tonga Loa's got the best reputation. He's come in and botched so much that, you know, I just don't think they're seen as like legitimate threats, or I don't think there's really that much interest in or engaging about them. So the idea of bringing in more people that we don't know and, you know, maybe not presenting them the right way and not really doing much with them, I just don't care. Just because they're connected to that family, I don't care. So we've seen plenty of people in that family which, you know, without being rude, haven't gone on to be the biggest stars. It's a mixed bag, isn't it? Not everyone makes it. Not just because you're in that family, it doesn't mean that you're going to be the next Roman Reigns. There's plenty of people that we've seen from that family that, you know, haven't quite managed to reach that kind of level. So, I don't know, bring them in if they're good enough. But when you do bring them in, please introduce them. Please invest in them. Please, you know, flesh out their characters. I think just bringing people in for the sake of it doesn't do nothing for me. So, if we get them, fine. If we don't, fine. What, fine. It's a massive family. There's so many people you could bring in. Only do it if it's right. Right. Tonga, maybe, but definitely not Tama, says Tahil. Tonga, maybe, but definitely not Tama. What's that? What's that? Botch him, are we talking about? I agree. Like, there's not really any botching from Tama, but I would say I don't know anything about Tama. What do you know about Tama in WWE? What have they actually fleshed out with Tama? Don't know anything about him. I don't know what his goals are. I don't know what his ambitions are. I don't know. I know that he acknowledges Solo. I don't know what his relationship's like with Jacob. I don't know if he likes Jacob or doesn't like Jacob. I don't know how he feels about Tonga Loa. I mean, I'd imagine he's anti-Roman because he acknowledges Solo, but I just don't know anything about him. So for me, he's just fodder. He's just there to bump around. We saw that last week when Roman came out. Just chucked him around, battered him. He battered Tama Tonga. Tama Tonga's no match for Roman Reigns. They managed to get Jacob away, and they obviously got Solo away, but Tama and Tonga are just J&J Security. That's how they've been used so far. I mean, they're just there to bump around, so they take all the bumps. And there's a place for that. You know, you do need that, but it is a bit of a shame. Certainly when I was looking at Gorillas of Destiny, when they were in New Japan, this isn't how I envisaged we would use them, you know? I wanted them to come in as a legitimate tag team. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. He ain't even got a belt, but it doesn't matter, does it? The man is in the house. What that Trick Willie? Let's go. Let's go. Wade Barrett said that's the world record holder for charisma levels. That's my tribal chief. Trick Willie in the crowds. Yeah. So we've seen Ethan Page, we've seen Roxanne Perez, we've had Trick Williams, and now we're underway with Street Profits against DIY. Prince Bowie said Escobar is a good heel. They're going to push him. A.B. Jobson said they could use this #1 contender series to turn the Profits heel. Trick Williams. They need the new NXT tag champs. Chase you, said Spartan. Right, we got a kick coming in there by Johnny. This should be a good match. And they should give it a little bit of time. I wonder if this is going to be our last match. And then we get the Roman segment after. We got 34 minutes. Brony said pretty much every faction have got people that take bumps and losses like Judgment Day, Dom and JD, Imperium and Bloodline. That is true, but it doesn't have to be the Gorillas of Destiny. I always viewed them as being above that, and it's a shame that they're in the position where they're not above that. It is true, there's always people, but I don't know, for me, Tama Tonga Tongaloa should not be like Ludwig and Giovanni have not achieved anything in wrestling. So, and J&J Security, you know, they were well past like their prime. And you could say that Gorillas of Destiny are past their prime, but I just think it's a shame. I wish that there was someone else in the group that could take those bumps, you know. They just find themselves in the position where it's them. It's just a bit of a shame, really. Shoulder tackle. I always wanted them in as a legit tag team and to be feuding with the Usos. And you can still do it. I mean, I don't think they're damaged to the... you know, they haven't been in that long. So I think you could do Usos against them and it would be okay. But the more they're going to get treated like that, the more they're going to be jobbed like that, the more it will become a problem. The more that their perception is going to be that they're just not on the Usos level. Which is a shame because they were a massive team in New Japan. But it's a difficult one to book, as you said, because each faction has people that does that. You know, it was Giovanni and it was Ludwig in Imperium. As you said, it's JD, McDonough, and Carlito in the Judgment Day. And so in this group, you know, it's not going to be Solo. It's not going to be Jacob. So it has to be Tama Tonga and Tongaloa. But two things can be true at the same time, can't they? Like, I get it, but it's a shame it has to be them. I don't know if we will get Gorillas of Destiny Usos now, says Batman Big Fan. I think we will. But maybe not. We have not been seeing Tongaloa, have we, in all fairness, really doing much. Perhaps that ship has sailed. I wonder if it'll be Jacob and Tama instead. I mean, I'd be down for that, actually. That's no problem. But it's also not Gorillas of Destiny, is it? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that ship has sailed. Daisy's like, yeah, I don't need to know all the 97 cousins and the million other family members. I am that way, yeah. I just think, like, it's a big family and there's a lot of people you can bring in. And it's like, I remember for ages people wanted Jacob in. And now Jacob's in. It's like, now everyone wants Zilla. And then Zilla will come in and then it'll be someone else. And it's like, where's this going to end? Do you know what I mean? It's like, how about we get this person? How about we get that person? How about we get this person? How about we get that person? It's like, how about we just get good people? And Jacob is definitely that. But I don't know about all the other Usos. They're all going to be at varying different levels, aren't they? So, I don't know. We'll see. It's a never-ending bloodline, said James. There's loads. That's loads. Days, who would win out of Villa or West Ham? I don't know. West Ham have built a good team, haven't they? But I would think Villa. Ellis Deb said, put in the tag titles on Tama and Jacob. It does feel like a way to compensate for Tama taking so many bumps. I'm honestly tired of the tag belts being wrapped up in factions. Zoom Station said, those Anawayas, they just keep having more babies. Oh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. There's absolutely loads, isn't there? But what a family. I mean, you know, no disrespect to that family, of course, because look at what they've given us. Zilla doesn't look like he's interested in being a WWE star, said Ashma. I think he would be, and I think he would come in, but you know, he's you know, doing stuff at the moment. Again, you've got to be ready as well. I don't know where he is in his development. I don't watch him, so I don't know. I just know that being a family member, it should not guarantee you entry into WWE. There has to be, you have to be at a certain standard. Jacob clearly is. I mean, let's not get that twisted, right? Clearly, I'm not saying there's any favoritism there, but I don't know. You got to, you know, be ready. Through the ropes goes Johnny. Oh, B-Fab a bit annoyed on the outside. Jacob coming in, harmed Tama. They portrayed him as a crazed madman. Now he's just like, there. He doesn't really do anything or add anything when Jacob is crazier. That is true, Matt. That is true. It was quite exciting when Tama first arrived. But then, as we said, now Jacob's here. He is the guy that takes a lot of the bumps now. I don't know. I feel like there is a bit of work to do with this new bloodline. We keep saying that. Let's see what they do tonight, shall we? So, Tommaso getting suplexed. We've got Dawkins on the outsides. I wonder if Roman comes out and then Solo interrupts, said Brony. Or if Roman interrupts Solo. I think I'd have Roman out first. Don't know. We'll get a segment with both of them in. How it shakes, I'm not sure. Shoulder up there by Dawkins. So, shoulder up by Dawkins. In the corner. Johnny into that DDT. Couldn't get it. Dawkins grabs him. Dawkins, lovely. Hurling Johnny. So this should cook, man. This should be a good match. Tag being made. In comes Montez. Dawkins has got Johnny. Johnny flipping Dawkins over. Oh, it's a little scrappy. Now we've got... Oh, man, these two could bang. Could you imagine a singles match between Montez and Johnny Gargano? Could you imagine that? If they got time to cook. Like, don't just put it on TV. Like, I don't know, pre-show. If you have to do it as a pre-show match, but give them time, oh my God, this could go, man. This could go. I think a lot of people have looked at Montez as being a real potential breakout star. Kick coming in, side of the head. I think he's so fiercely loyal, though, to Dawkins. I don't think he would ever push for it. If he pushed for it, I think he could get it. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Montez. Lots of strikes being exchanged as we go to commercial break. Batman Big Fan said, do you think a Zilla debut would be him joining Roman's bloodline? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I don't think he's coming in anytime soon. I don't think there's a need for him. I think, like, with Roman, for me personally, I'd just keep Roman's bloodline the OG bloodline. Because I think Roman with Jimmy, Jay, and Sammy... I think that's really cool seeing them all back together again. To add to that, someone that wasn't there would be okay, but it's not something I'm looking for. You know, the problem you've got, I suppose, is that we know Hikuleo's coming in, but saying that, I don't know that Tonga Loa's actually going to wrestle. I mean, he hasn't been wrestling. So I don't know what we do. It could be that we do Roman, Sammy, Jimmy, Jay taking on Solo, Hikuleo, Tama, and Jacob. And Tonga Loa could just be on the outsides, just like Heyman's on the outsides. And that could be the lineup, you know? Which would mean there's not really a need or a space for Zilla. Who, at the moment, I think, is he not like some, I don't know, reality or wrestling champ or whatever? I mean, he's not even signed. I mean, obviously, this story's going to run for quite a while. There is even a word on the street there might be a third bloodline that comes in. So, you know, The Rock's bloodline. So who knows? Maybe The Rock goes out and gets Zilla or something. Some of the other ooses that are kicking around. James said, joking aside, the Anoa'i family has been one of the most important parts of pro wrestling and its existence. Long may it continue. Completely agree. Ellis Stubbs said, Zilla's not ready to come in from what I understand. You also don't want to introduce too many variables. You don't want to overflow the story with characters. Zilla would be one too many right now. You don't need to add anyone to Roman's bloodline. It would totally shiz on the whole OTC thing, says Matt. We don't need 3 bloodlines, said Amethyst. Yeah. I agree. I don't think we need 3 bloodlines. I do love Bloodline. Let's not get it twisted. But I am a bit like a broken record. I do feel like this solo bloodline needs a lot of work. The OG bloodline was so well built. And this solo bloodline just feels like it's not as well built. It doesn't feel as much of a threat. I mean, Jacob really is the difference maker. If we didn't have Jacob, I'd expect Roman and the Usos to just run through this new bloodline, no problem. Solo ain't no match for Roman. And clearly Tama and Tonga Loa are no match for the Usos. But Jacob at least makes it interesting because he is a big problem. He's the difference maker for them. But I'd still like to build up the others. Okay, we're back to the action. Boom! Splash there by Montez. Knees up by Tommaso. Tag made. In comes Johnny. How long we got? 22 minutes. 22 minutes. Here we go. 1, 2. Double axe handle there by Angelo Dawkins. Alex said, I'm so glad Bray Wyatt has gone and his son is craving. I enjoy the thought of Bray being gone, says Alex. What do you mean? Are you trolling that you enjoy the thought that Bray is no longer with us? That's a dark thing to say. Roll up by Tommaso. Knee strike coming in there by Montez. Matt said, I heard that it's going to be Roman and Solo at WrestleMania. Yeah, it is expected to be those two. Oh, kick coming in there by Johnny. It is expected to be those two, and it's expected to be Cody Rock as well. Could Fatu be a spy for Roman and turn on them? I wouldn't be looking for that. I wouldn't really be looking for like a swerve in that regard. I wouldn't be looking for a swerve in that regard. I think like just build them up. I think Jacob's the most dangerous thing that new bloodline have got, to be honest. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome as all 4 people are down. Spartan said we need a bloodline battle royal. Well, we might get one if we get a 3rd bloodline. Oh, big right hand there as we've got Tommaso back in the corner. Kick coming in. Another kick coming in. Oh, super kick by Johnny. Over the top to the outside goes Montez. Jim says, Usos are not even on the same page. Hello, Jim. It is true. We expect them to get on the same page, though. I mean, I'd be shocked if we don't get Jimmy and Jay reunited, and we know how good they are together. There's only WrestleMania 39 that they actually headlined. Look at that. Boom. Dawkins, man, he got kicked right in the mush. Right in the mush. Through the ropes goes Johnny. Down goes Montez. Johnny popping back up. Boom. Oh! Gets planted. Dawkins picking up Johnny. I love this match because you don't know which way it's going to go because both of these are face teams. It could go either way. Montez. Boom. Planting Johnny. Montez going for the pin. 2, 3. Street Profits get it. Yeah, man. Let's go. Street Profits, get it. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that was good. So, Street Profits taking on Tama and Jacob for those WWE Tag Team Championships. Sis said, that was great. AB Jobson said, the crowd is on their feet. If you had to put money on who wins the men's and women's Royal Rumble, who are you going to pick, says Edwards? I'm going to say Cena and Jade. I'm going to go CM Punk. I don't know. I think the women is difficult. I think it'll be Bianca Jade, and I don't think there'll be a title involved at WrestleMania. I don't know. I think the women's one is really tricky. Lyra? I wouldn't hate Lyra. I wouldn't hate Lyra winning it, to be honest. Could be Charlotte. Don't think it'd be Bailey again. Could be, but I don't think it would be. Could be Raquel Rodriguez. If she's back and we're really going to push her, it could be Raquel Rodriguez. But I wouldn't mind Lyra. But I don't think it'd be Jade, only because I think that it'll be Jade Bianca, and I don't think it'll be for a title. Okay, here's Solo. Let's go. So we got 17 minutes. Tama Tonga and Solo's Kurt Austin, hello. How are you, mate? Fingers up for the OTC. Acknowledge him, says Austin. Austin 316. Dare I say a friend of the channel? I don't know. I don't know how comfortable I feel saying that. I'll go friend of the channel. Okay, Solo making his way down with Tama Tonga. That was great 79. How do we think SmackDown is going to end today? I think they'll put the little trademark thing in the corner and then it'll fade to black. What about Stephanie McMahon? Oh, I don't think she's joining the Bloodline, no. I don't think she's joining the Bloodline. Another super short Roman segment, said Average Nick. Right, we've gone to commercial break, and we have got this final segment. We are back tomorrow, my friends. We are doing UFC. If anyone was around and was interested in watching, we will be here for that. Obviously, we'll get an unseen out later as well. But yeah, how are we gonna send this baby home? That's the question. Roman Reigns, the OTC. Let's go Street Profits, said Lieben. The next chapter in the bracelet saga. What, on Monday? Can that girl not just make another one for CM Punk? Oh my god. Just make him another one. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He didn't even pay for it. A fan gave it him. Rumour said, what's the best story going on currently? Not the bracelet. I don't know. It's probably lived on. I mean, the Roman thing's massive, of course, but that sort of feels like it's not got going really yet. He's come back. It's all really exciting, but we're waiting, aren't we, for like Jimmy, Jay, Sammy, Heyman. That's when that's going to really get going. So at the moment, maybe Liv, Dom, but you've got to say Bloodline as well. Battle of the Bracelets, said Dr. Luchalala. If anything, CM Punk should get a bracelet with Drew's wife's name on, said Dr. Lucha La La. Yeah, well, I'm sure this woman would make, if they get in touch with the girl, she'll make it. I can't imagine it even took that long. I'll make it. I'll make it. Oh my God. The ghost pepper necklace in True Effects. They do look like chilies, don't they? James said, imagine if a TNA star won the Royal Rumble. Maybe that'll happen one day. What do you think of Shane to AEW, says Rick? Well, I don't think it's going to happen personally, but I don't know. It was interesting that they had a meeting, wasn't it? I mean, I'm glad there was a picture. I'm not sure I would have quite believed it if it weren't for a picture. But Shane came out and said they just bumped into each other. Although, why did they go into a meeting room? He was there, I was there, we bumped into each other, we just had a quick catch up. In a meeting room. Something doesn't seem right. I don't know. I feel like Shane feels like he has a lot to give, and I don't think WWE are really allowing him to. It's difficult, innit? I mean, imagine growing up being the son of Vince. You probably mentally have told yourself, this will be mine one day. Mentally, you've probably thought that. And I don't think it's unfair to think that. And now it's not. And that must be quite hard. Orlando. Here's Solo. Orlando. Orlando Bloom. Are you watching? Are you watching, Orlando Bloom? Acknowledge him. Acknowledge him. Put Katy Perry down and acknowledge Solo Sikoa. Are they even together anymore? Were they ever together? I don't know. OTC. 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 BTS. BTS. BBC. BBC. You know, the British Broadcasting Corporation. That one. I know one man. I know one man that needs to acknowledge me. Orlando Bloom! Roman Reigns. You call yourself the tribal chief. Or OTC. Or whatever the hell that is. We think it's original. It's still not totally been confirmed. If you want this Ula Fowler back, then bring your ass out here. If you want this Ula Fowler back, bring your ass out here. He looks in the entranceway. Here he comes. With the drums. OTC. Where is he? No. People are acknowledging. Here he is. Massive cheer. Massive cheer. Roman steps out into the arena. I mean, he is getting like generational pops, isn't he? I mean, he just is like The Rock. Bum, 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 bum. Can you imagine in like when he kind of goes away for a bit? And when I say away, I mean for like a few years, like he's done. And then he comes back, like how The Rock comes back. Can you imagine those moments when like Roman, he is that level? Sign in the crowd says OTC, Orlando's tribal chief. That's good. Orlando Bloom. Solo, the bozo sign. That is brutal. That is brutal. I'm sorry, they were confiscating signs, but somehow someone managed to sneak in a Solo the bozo sign. It's a flipping disgrace. Oh, you'll take him off the kids. But an adult brings in Solo the bozo sign. That's all right, is it, Orlando? That's all right. That was allowed on the policy page, was it? Are we not going to commercial break? What the flip's going on? I thought we were going to commercial break. He's in the ring. He's took off the Ula Fala. The hell's going on? He hands the Ula Fala over. So Roman is in the ring with Solo. Solo hands the Ula Fala to Tama Tonga. And I think he's telling Tama Tonga to get out the ring and take the Ula Fala with him. Does that mean Tama Tonga's the tribal chief now? What if he puts it on? I'm the tribal chief. He could run away now claiming to be the tribal chief. I'm the tribal chief. Like a kid playing dress up. Oh, they're throwing down. These two exchanging shots in the middle of the ring. Roman and Solo going at it. Oh, big shot by Solo. Roman felt that. Against the ropes. Ah, let's go. Tama from behind. Tama jumping Roman. So Solo gets out the ring. He looks behind him. He goes over. He's trying to get Solo back in the game. Oh, this ain't going to go well for Tama Tonga, and it doesn't. It doesn't. Tama Tonga goes down to the outside. Oh, my God, Roman. Roman. In God mode. In God mode. He's dealt with Solo. He's dealt with Tama. I gotta tell you, the fact that he's doing so well does make me wonder if we may see a new arrival. You know, we haven't seen Tonga Loa. Could Tonga Loa make an appearance? We know that Hikuleo can always debut. I'm not saying he's going to. But if he's going to so easily get the better of these two, I've got to think something will happen. Solo, though, is getting back in the ring. He's got Roman back in the ring. We've still got 7 minutes, although I think we do end a few minutes early. Oh, Samoan Spike! Samoan Spike! Oh, duck underneath! Roman! Boom! Superman punch! Superman punch! Yes! Orlando on their feet! Roman Reigns back in the corner! Ooh, ah, boom! Spear! Yes! And he looks over to the corner where I think the Ula Fala is. He's going over. The championship is over there. One half of the tag titles. The Ula Fala is there. Tag belt. Don't care about you. Ula Fala. The Ula Fala. Roman has got the Ula Fala in his hands. He's looking around. He's about to put it on. Oh, someone's going to stop him. Someone's going to stop him. No one stops him. Oh, he puts it around his neck. Man, I was adamant someone was going to stop that. No one stopped that. There we go. He's got the Ula Fala. Oh, it's Jacob! It's Jacob! Oh my God! Oh my God! Jacob! Jacob's messing up Roman Reigns! He's messing up Roman Reigns! Oh my God! He was a little bit late, but this is sick! This is sick! Roman in the corner! Oh, Jacob hurled him so hard! He chucked himself through the ropes! Oh, look at Roman looking up at Jacob! Oh, Roman! It's been a good run! It's been a good run! Oh my God, look at the cell! Look at the cell! Jacob just collided into Roman, and Roman was like, my God, that is sick. That is a great moment. That is a great moment. Roman thrown to the outsides. We've just seen Roman deal with Tama, deal with Solo. He did not deal with Jacob Fatu. Oh, mate, that was so good. That was so good. Right now, looking for a power bomb through the commentary table. Oh, we're eating so good. We are eating so good. Jacob and Roman. Back in the ring goes Roman. Jacob getting in there, rolling Roman over. They are destroying him. He's down. He's a dead weight. He is a dead weight. The Ula Fala is placed around the neck of Solo Sikoa. Roman is down at the feet of Solo, Jacob, and Tama. Wow. Wow. Better start making some phone calls. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Jay. Hello, Sammy. Hello, Naomi. Just in case, you know. Oh, man, that was so good. Not for Roman. I mean, not for Roman. That was all right, wasn't it? That was all right. Take that. Take that. It's not bad for a Friday night. I had a lovely time. Oh, God, I had a lovely time. Oh, yeah, let's go. Roman fell down. That's because he was so badly beaten. He was so badly beaten. I think Roman lost his nuts, said Spartan Major. Well, that is very tragic if that's what's happened. That is one of the better Smackdowns in recent memory, said Basti. Hello, Basti. Fatu with the boots. Cinema, says A.B. Jobson. Cinema. Roman got destroyed. He was battered, mate. Oh, so good. King Yeti said, this is awesome! King Yeti's the Miz. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. I did see your super chat firing in, but I just needed to get through the end of that because it was really good. It was cinema, I agree. It was cinema. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. King Yeti, this is awesome. Ali says, I hate this. Why, Ali? Roman can't win all the time, Ali. He can't win all the time. He's got to face some adversity. Otherwise, he would get the Ula Fala back, and that would be the end of the story, wouldn't it? He'd get the Ula Fala back, and that would be it. That's it. He just carries on with his life. Goes after Cody, and that's it. So he needs to face some adversity, and then he can go and get Jimmy, he can go and get Jay, and we can get the band back together. Hey? Can go and get Paul Heyman. It's boring, said Eric. It's the same thing every week. Oh, no. Come on. We didn't see Jacob and Roman before. We didn't see Jacob and Roman. Come on. We've been waiting for those two to get hands on each other. Can't say that's the same every week. When do you think we see The Rock? Not until next year, I wouldn't think. Maybe at the end of Survivor Series. But I don't think it'll be this side of Survivor Series. Roman, Jacob is the match, says Prince Bowie. Days, can you say happy birthday to me? Happy birthday, Dan. You thought I was going to say to me because I was, but I changed it. Happy birthday, Dan. Hope you had a good one. No Jimmy, no Heyman still. There might be some planning around. Yeah, they're going to need to go and get him. I'm sure that'll happen. David said it was a missed opportunity for Jimmy, but the SmackDown was the best in weeks. Only thing that could have been better was a KO heel turn. Edward said they defo changed the plan. I think Roman was meant to walk away with the Ulafala, but with Afa going, they made changes with Jacob taking him out and kayfabe injured to let him grieve for a few weeks. Not sure, to be honest, but because we know that Roman was here for these 2 weeks and then he was always going away. He's back apparently in September. So I don't know about that. I think he was always going away after tonight. Right, Roman off TV is a terrible idea. SmackDown needs him. Yeah, but Roman works a reduced schedule, doesn't he? Just because he's a face now doesn't mean that he's going to start working more dates. His contract is for so many dates. And, you know, we're having to find ways of writing him off TV in a more babyface style. So he's been brutally beaten down. He'll be away for a bit and then he'll be back in September. Amy Jobs said, I think either next week or very soon we'll get all three back. Heyman, Jimmy, Jay. Yeah, well, I mean, definitely when he comes back, he may not come back alone. I hope he does, though, because I want to see him reach out to those guys. I don't want to see him just come back with them. It would be fun, like he comes back and, oh my God, he's not on his own. But I really want to, maybe if he comes back with Jimmy, that'd be okay. And Heyman, that would be okay. But I want to see him reach out. It would make no sense, him coming back with Jay. And it would make no sense, him coming back with Sammy, because there's clearly issues that need to be worked through. So, but Jimmy, no, we saw Jimmy trying to help Roman at WrestleMania, so we know they're fine. We know Heyman stayed loyal, so we know they're fine. So that's fine. We can bring back Jimmy and Heyman just like that. But I think Jay and Sammy should be a bit different. Tongaloa couldn't make the show because he took Meltzer skydiving, did he? I hope they had a lovely time. BB Yipsy said, hello, Haku. Come discipline your kids. That would be sick. Give Jacob the Tongan death grip. I would go absolutely crazy. Maybe the Tongan death grip to The Rock, said BB Yipsy. Mitchell said, what's your score? I'm around the 675 range. I actually enjoyed this show a bit more than I have in previous weeks. So yeah, I'm not too far away from you. But I think seeing Roman and Jacob together was pretty sick. I enjoyed Andrade and Carmelo. I enjoyed Street Profits and... actually, no, I'm probably 7.725. I'm not in the 8 range. I ain't lost my mind. But I don't know, there was a lot here. I mean, DIY Street Profits got a great rating from you guys. Kevin Grayson was good. Naomi Blair was good. Although there was a lot of boob adjusting there, and we do have to factor that in. And then we got Andrade Carmelo that was great. So of the 4 matches, 2 of them were great. And then we got that Roman segment. And I enjoyed Michin smashing up that celebration earlier. I thought that was pretty fun. I didn't mind the Santos dinner either. I don't know, man. I think this is a better SmackDown than what we've had in recent weeks. I think there's more there than what we've been getting. Normally we get like a pretty awful show with like a big ending. This felt like it was not a bad show, actually borderline good with a big ending. So yeah, I'm probably 7.25. I don't know that I could get to 7.5. I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm probably more 7.25 than 7. Where was Jimmy? Well, I mean, I don't know that Jimmy's around. Roman's come back, and you know, maybe he'll have to go and get Jimmy, or maybe next time we see Roman, he gets Jimmy to up the ante. At the moment, Roman might feel like this is just Solo acting out. And in all fairness, he dealt with Tama and Solo on his own, didn't he? So, in all fairness to Roman, he did have things under control. He just didn't factor for Jacob. And Jacob just messed up Roman. Jacob just changed everything. We said earlier, didn't we? This bloodline would be no problem if it weren't for Jacob. Jacob's the difference maker, and he's just gone and shown that again. So I think like Roman now has got to go away and really think about, okay, this is a bigger problem than I thought, and this is where I think he goes and starts getting them now. So yeah, really, really good, really enjoyable. I so enjoyed it. What we'll do is I will put a post up on my Twitter account asking for your feedback, right? So you can leave your comments there. We'll do a video on the second channel about SmackDown. And we'll get your thoughts, we'll get your opinions in that for the second channel, the opinions channel. Also on that channel, I'll put a poll up, asking for your scores. So we'll do that. Obviously, I'm going to go away and work on Unseen. We got a few bits for that. I'm sure there'll be other bits I can find. That'll be up in about an hour. So I'm going to go off and do that. I'm going to try and get some little clips from the show, little bits and whatever. So yeah, I need to run off and work on those things. But a big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Kyle O'Sullivan, shout out to you, said, do you think WWE will do a PLE in Ireland next year? Well, there's no word or rumour that they are. I do think Ireland will be on the agenda, because you've got Finn Balor, you've got Sheamus, you've got Becky. I mean, there is really, and they're really expanding around the world, aren't they? You know, we've done Wales, we've done Scotland, we've done England, we've done France. Rumours are doing Italy. We're done or about to do Germany. I mean, Ireland has to be on the agenda. It just has to be. And they should do Ireland. I think, I mean, oh my God. You think the French fans were loud? Could you imagine the Irish? Could you imagine the Irish? Oh my God. It'll make the flipping French fans seem like a library. I mean, like the Irish, they go off, man. They know how to party. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the crowds when like Connor comes out, Katie Taylor, and imagine that. And that's a crowd that really have been starved of WWE shows. So they so should go to Ireland. And yeah, I do think they will go there. Whether it's next year, I don't know. All I can say is I think the future looks pretty bright for that. I think you will get them eventually. Dublin fans are full of Guinness. That is true. WWE doesn't currently have Becky, says Jim. No, she's not under contract, but, you know, I'm pretty sure she will return. I think it's more likely she comes back to WWE than goes to AEW. I think she's just taking a bit of time. So, I don't know. Maybe they'll wait to see if they can get her back before doing the Ireland show or doing an Ireland show. But even without Becky, you've still got a healthy amount. I mean, you've got Lyra, and you've got Sheamus, and you've got Finn Balor, and you've got JD McDonough, and, you know, there's still plenty of Irish people around. But, yeah, I've got to think that they would like to have Becky if they were going to do a show there. But it's not a deal breaker, I wouldn't think. Days, Tom did say that Roman would put over Jacob, said Spartan. Very good. I am watching Rampage right now, said Wrestling Fan. Right, well, I've got to go anyway. I've got to go. But a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I so hope you enjoyed this stream. I think the show was well worth it. And listen, we just continue to eat good, don't we? We'll be back tomorrow with UFC, and it's a big UFC. If that's not your flavor, there will be an Unseen as well. Stream-wise, we'll be back on Monday for Monday Night Raw, which should be a really good show because that has been cooking, hasn't it, recently? So, yeah, have a good evening. Appreciate the support, and I will see you again next time. Toodly bye.